Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final day of the 5th Global Moon Village Workshop and Symposium, hosted from Nicosia, Cyprus. I'm Christina Shalis, your Master of Ceremonies for the duration of this event. Let us begin with Session 7, Team Presentations from the first MVA CSEO Hackathon. This 3-day, fully virtual event allowed students and young professionals to engage in critical thinking design challenges that a moon village would face. Let us see what solutions our teams have developed to overcome these challenges.
Hi everyone. We're gonna start in about 5 minutes and just waiting for the rest of the participants to join in.
J'aimerais bien que vous passiez plus devant. Tu vas partir?
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the presentations for the first MVA CSEO Hackathon 2021. In this session, we will have members of the teams taking part in the hackathon presenting their solutions to the challenges. And myself and the judges are very excited to see what these solutions contain. We're going to start with the presentations in about 5 minutes. So just to give everyone a chance to come on and get their posters into us and for the judges to be able to assess properly. And we will get the first team to present at around 3:10. Thank you very much.
हजुर लिए हैन
Yeah, so just before we start, I would like to call out the following teams from which we haven't received the posters yet. And so the first one, we have the challenge Space Solar Power. Just wanting even to know if the team members are here. Otherwise, if they're not here, they will be disqualified. So for the team, for the challenge Space Solar Power, we have team someone from Team Asterisk. You can write in the chat or just do a reaction. Yeah. So anyone from Team Asterisk? Okay, I don't see anyone. And anyone from Team Orizuru? Last call for Team Orizuru. Is anyone here? I would take that as a no. Oh, yes? Cool. Orizuru is here. And Team Blackbird? Anyone from Team Blackbird? Okay. And going to challenge transportation on the lunar surface. Do you have anyone from the team Mayan Space too?
Yes, from Mayan Space.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. And Team Dia? Anyone from Team Dia? Okay. I don't see any reaction. Okay, so Team Dia doesn't seem to be here. And Team Project, sorry for the pronunciation, Project Silva. So also repeat, those are the teams that we also miss the posters. So if your team has been called, just let us know you're here and submit your poster now. So last call for Project Civil. And I don't see them here. And Project Space Flights. Anyone from Project Spaceflight? Cool. Seems to not be anyone. Okay, Team Asterisk send the poster, perfect. And going to the Education in the Moon Village Challenge. Do we have anyone from Moon Voyagers team?
Hi, sorry, Space Girls is here.
Space Girl, okay. Thank you. And so yeah, and you already submitted your poster, great. So Moon Voyagers? Anyone from, okay, Team Lunar Infinity is here. And then Team Samer El Sayari. Anyone from Samer El Sayari team? And our last team is Team Dennis. Okay. So those are the teams that haven't submitted the poster yet, and I think we can start now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Did you call the team Stellar?
Stella, you submitted your poster, so it's all good.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. So we should move with the first team to present. Sorry, I'm trying to follow on who has submitted and who hasn't. Before we do that, I'd like to introduce our judges for today. Our first judge is John Mankins from the Moon Village Association. And our next judge is Guo Lini. I hope I got that correctly. Guo Lin Li. We're very appreciative of them taking their time today to sit through and help us choose a winner of this competition, which is fantastic. Thank you very much. So let's move to the first team. So based on the latest information of the teams who haven't submitted, I do have the original roster here. Was Stellar available to present?
Yes, Stellar here. Shall
Great.
I share my screen?
Yeah, please. Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
And just one thing before we start. Each team has 3 minutes to present, as you know, and when it's going to be 30 seconds left of your speech, we will send a message on the Zoom chat, which you'll still be able to see even if you're sharing your screen. At 3 minutes sharp, I will intervene and cut you off. Cool. Yeah, let's begin.
So greetings all. We are Stellar team. We are an international team participating in MBA 2021 Hackathon. We've been participating on the Solar Power Challenge. The participants are Mario and Hector from Guatemala, Mael from France, Sharat and Purvika from India, and myself, Alvaro from Spain. Now Mario will continue with the presentation.
चालू हो चुका है, आजा। हाँ, Google Meet पे भी रहना।
I'm sorry, Alvaro, we'll stop your time. Please, everyone, if you're not speaking, mute yourself as to respect the other teams that are presenting their ideas. Thank you.
Sorry, Selena.
No worries.
Okay, so hi, I am Mario Galvez. Not sure if you hear me. I will talk to you about the reason why we are developing the LARES engine. That is our name of the engine. So with the actual expansion of the human life into space, mankind needs to explore new territories to find solutions. Enough energy must be provided in order to produce the supplies needed for human life as well as comfort, for an average of 120 people, or at least 80 megawatts of power shall be generated on the moon. So solar panels are not good enough to supply this energy. So we are developing our turbine generator engine to supply at least 20 megawatts of on the moon. Now Sharat will continue with the presentation.
Sharat? We don't hear you, Sharat.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much. So now the thing is, what we are going to do, we have to produce the technology to harness the energy from lunar surface so that the energy requirement can be fulfilled for the colonization. So next is, please go to the next slide. Solar wind. What exactly is a solar wind? That is created by the outward expansion of plasma, a collection of charged particles, and that this solar wind is collection of plasma, and plasma is covering all over the universe. So it is available on the lunar surface as well. Please, next slide. Hall effect. What Hall effect is? This is basically by inducing the magnetic property. If the magnetic properties are induced in the chamber, then it can separate the charges. Go to the next slide. Go next again.
I'm sorry.
So this is plasma pressure. Plasma pressure is when the plasma is inside the chamber, then it can, when plasma is present inside the chamber, then it can create the pressure. So this is the rate, and kBT. N is the number density, and T is temperature, kB is the Boltzmann constant. This is the diagram. That's all. Now everything will be covered by mile.
Okay, so I'm going to present you fastly how the engine works, the LARES. So basically, it's a way to absorb the solar wind thanks to anode and cathode. By this way, we will get the energy from the electron. To catch the solar wind, we will use a big nozzle and a compressor. Then once the gas become inert because we have used all this its energy, we inject it into a sphere of mirrors that will be hit against the gas, and it will ionize it. So we will absorb the electrons to create a current, and all the matter that will still don't have been absorbed, it will make turn a turbine that will turn to a high velocity.
Yeah, thank you so much to Team Stella. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
So now we move on with the next team, which is Mayan Space One, and the presenter is Gabriela Angelina. Yeah, we can see your screen. So whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay, thank you so much. We are Mayan Space. Good morning or afternoon to everybody. The Ultimate Energy Plan is a program that we have created to supply an entire moon village. The Ultimate Energy Plan relies on solar energy, an unlimited resource that through the right diversification process can provide without any problem entire villages in the moon and in other planets in a not so far future. Diversification is the key process. That is why we have divided the plan into 3 stages.
The first stage will settle solar panels in the lunar floor. For this purpose, self-cleaning panels will have the capacity to provide energy to a group of 40 people to the lunar settlement. The main maintenance is focused on the use of cleaning rollers that have the ability to move over the panels through rails in vertical position, avoiding obstruction of light. 2 solar panels will be used as an immediate and primary source of energy due to their efficiency, low cost, and transportation. During the second stage, the optimization of existing resources is the key to success in the subsistence and village energy supply. With an intelligent design of joint solar panels is proposed in order to recreate in a biomimetic way the disposition of a sunflower, and that is positioned according to the ideal angle of energy use. Just as sunflowers, the new panels will optimize sunlight by following its path and avoiding their tanks to the capacity to beam while they are not in use.
The final stage involves the launching of a space-based solar power station that will capture solar energy by reflecting through large mirrors into the center of the satellite and transform it into uninterrupted microwave energy beamed to the moon. In the moon, microwave receptors will be adapted to the solar panels. That is through electromagnetic waves to the receptors in the moon village, and this will supply in a constant level the captation of energy. The space-based solar power station is an idea that is initially planned to be implemented in Earth. Nonetheless, it's a flexible and great technology to use in outer spaces. Finally, solid-state batteries are ideal for energy storage, thanks to their stability in extreme temperatures that can be harvested from the moon readily via molten oxide electrolysis. The battery size and amount can be adapted to each stage and capacities. Our project has demonstrated that its viability, innovation, and originality through the stage's composition is ideal for long-term implementations in the Moon Village mission. The diversification, modular design, and security makes the Ultimate Energy Plan by Mayan Space a tangible and realistic plan, giving the opportunity to apply leading-edge technology in interplanetary missions.
Finally, in the middle of an immediate energetic crisis, new energetic proposals are crucial to solve geopolitical and environmental problems, giving them a French approach just like a moon village. We have research in the field become tangible and broadly applicable.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, but 3 minutes have passed.
Okay, thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can stop sharing your screen, and we'll go next to the next team, which is Luna Avengers with Benjamin. as a speaker.
Hi, actually, it's Rui who's going to present.
Okay, yeah. So you're sharing your screen. We can see it and hear you. So whenever you're ready.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Ruhi Sheikh from Team Lunar Ventures, and I will be talking about our today's space solar power system. The general idea is that our space solar system is multi-application based, and it consists of multiple systems which provides electricity not just to Moon Village of 120 humans, but it also meets their further needs, such as power for agriculture systems, autonomous vehicles, and also generates power to expand our space solar power system in the future. Our poster here answers the question of why, how, and what aspects of solar space systems. It touches all aspects of feasibility in terms of sustainable, financial, technical, and multiple applications, along with profitable generating revenue. So we explain our idea in 4 phases. The first phase will be the initial design implementation, where we would simply bring around 2,500 non-bifacial solar arrays to support initially 40 human beings, and these will be deployed by rovers and landers. It will be a tripod system, which will allow the panels to be raised higher than the lunar shadow, and then it can be placed closer to the base. These 40 people will also help complete the construction of these solar arrays, which would provide electricity using simple cables. We can also use mirrors or reflective dust to generate and direct more light to the solar arrays. The human waste collected can be converted into biofuel to produce electricity, and the urine can be recycled to get water with filtration systems. And this energy can also be stored as a battery component for later uses. Our second phase would be when our population has grown into 120 people, where the rovers carrying construction 3D printers will construct a huge, large-scale solar array, which would be constructed from initially Earth resources and then later from the Moon regolith. A total of around 2 million panels are needed to provide 600 megawatts of power to 120 people. And again, we would use mirrors and reflective dust, similar as phase 1, to increase the reflectivity of the sunlight. Again, the human waste methane can be converted into electricity and stored for later purposes. Our third phase would be the construction of similar bifacial solar array. Bifacial meaning we would have the solar cells on both sides of our solar array to increase the power generation and efficiency of our space solar system. This solar array will consist of a laser transmission system, which would wirelessly transmit these electricity from the bifacial solar arrays to the Fresnel lens stations, which are these portable, small, concentrated space solar power stations, which would receive this laser transmitted electricity, and then these portable Fresnel lenses can be accessed by humans and also small scale vehicles and rovers and provide them electricity. These stations consist of photovoltaic receivers, which will receive this laser light and then convert it back to electricity so that this can be used. The
3 minutes are up.
Oh, can I just quickly wrap this up?
Unfortunately, we cannot do this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be fair for the teams that came before you.
Okay.
We have your, don't worry, we have the poster, so judges will also be able to see this.
Okay, thank you very much to everyone for the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks for you for presenting. So next we have Team Asterisk and following Orizuru. So if Team Asterisk representative can share the screen now.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, so we can see your screen and we can hear you.
Okay, great.
The floor is yours.
Hi, so this is Team Asterisk. we would like to present our concept of space solar power and powering a moon village. So first, we would like to start with the assumptions part, where we assume that initial 40 villages are using about 10 kilowatt of power with the 150 kilowatt of energy requirement. And based on that, we move to the constraints, which is the initial moon village is supported by Earth, wherein the solar cells or solar technology is built on Earth and transported to the moon, and consecutive phases where the moon itself becomes the manufacturing hub and the deployment hub. So this concept is later stages scalable for 150 people, and it's efficient and cost effective. So in this concept, we are going to use the proposed concept includes the rollout solar array, along with using the first provide silicon tandem cells. So the advantage is with high packing efficiency due to the rolling of the silicon cells. Being flexible, they are being rollable, they are flexible and robust. They are perovskite silicon tandem solar cells are lightweight than regular silicon cells, and they are low cost manufacturing. Moving on to the business advantage. Our business advantage. Moving on to the business advantage, the business advantage would include the lower transportation cost with 20% lighter, being 20% lighter and 1/4 of the packing volume. The non-fragile nature of the solar cells reduces the mission risk, and materials can be transported into a bulk. And Nitin, can you put the business advantage slide? Yeah, thank you. So non-fragile reduces emission risks and reducing the launch cost when they can be transported in the bulk. Another advantage is theoretical limit of the 44% of the post-combined tandem solar cells as compared to 29% of the regular silicon solar cells. So through the next slides, we did a rough estimate of the calculations, which we attached in the posters. So we're going to skip through them. Coming to the business phases, the first phase of business would be the orbital testing, where it would be tested atop the satellites and the orbital space stations, the commercial space station like the ISS or the commercial space station between the Sierra Nevada and the Blue Origin. This would include the rolling of the prototype on the lunar surface for initial testings, and then it would be applied to the lunar gateway that is being built by the NASA. The second phase of the business would be cheap transportation from the Earth. That is bulk transportation of the manufactured solar cells.
Sorry, Sanka, but 3 minutes have passed, so I have to stop you.
Okay,
really sorry for this, but yeah, thank you for your presentation. So
great, nice talking. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for the work you've done. So now Orizuru, which is the last team for Space Solar Power Channel. And I don't think they're here. So we finished all the teams that took part in the Space Solar Power Challenge. Sorry. So we're just gonna take a quick 2 minutes break, and then we start again with the challenge number 2, transportation on the lunar surface. And the first team to present will be Space ONOVA. Yeah. So let's start.
Hello,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, so Gautam will present for Space Nova, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, so whenever you're ready, you can start sharing your screen.
Yeah, I am sharing my screen now. Are you able to see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
All right. May I start now?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. Hello all, this is Team Space Nova working on the Lunar Transportation Challenge. Thank you all for being here. I will take you through our product, explaining why, how, and what it does to the people on the moon and how it can transform the lives of Earthlings for the better. So any idea to be designed would have its own set of constraints. The team has to work through, starting from limited resources such as manpower and power to time and space, and it would take for it to be whole. Our system, like any other, has its own constraints from manpower, the inevitable redundant systems, and their cost, the TRL levels back on Earth in available transportation units, and our most important system interfacing, which is what we'll be concentrating on, and I'll explain as we go. So why have we decided to do this? That's our motivation. There are primary and there are secondary reasons. The primary ones being making interoperability a thing. What we mean is we are designing transportation systems whose subsystems can work effortlessly on any other system, reducing the cost of repair, manpower, and also the confusion between parts. This is what we hope to achieve, a very holistic approach to connect the systems. The secondary reasons are a bit more for the future in the way of explaining shape memory alloys on the moon and by studying lunar regolith and its properties to achieve something out of it. Moving on, we answer the question how. We aim to do it in 3 phases, with phase 1 being transporting people from landing site to the base, and the second one is transporting resources to build the initial colony and gathering crucial data on transportation efficiency and life support systems in order to move on to phase 2. So phase 2 would be constructing lunar highways for efficient road transportation. So developing advanced transportation rail to establish connection between modules. The modules are coming later in the presentation. And testing, this is where testing system operability comes. And phase 3 would be propelling for long-term explorations. That would be higher degree of autonomy. And there is going to be large-scale experimentation as well. So this is our lunar grid, which we have created. And the only black line is the phase 1. The intranodal transport green things are phase 2. And red things, which lead to nowhere, are our future experimentation things. So the next one is what have we done to further our mission? This is what we have created. This is our lunar exploration module, our one-stop electric vehicle solution for mass and personal transportation. This is our phase 1 preliminary design. And this is going to be advanced of the design for the phase 2 and phase 3 models. So our USP is going to be cross-platform compatibility and utilization of different subsystems from this to other technologies. And design of the phase 2 would be design of elevated and autonomous rail-guarded systems, and advancement of life support and other technologies would be in the phase 3. So this is our 10-year plan. We are looking for partnerships, maybe collaborate with the possible solar power team to improve our power capabilities, service, and which is going to be in situ maintenance and repair work, manufacturing possibly.
Sorry, Gautam, 3 minutes have passed, so I have to stop you. So,
right.
Thank you so much for the work.
This is our company. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, thank you, Space Nova, for the presentation. So we move forward with Space Lunar Infinity, and following up is Mayan Space 2. Yeah, the speaker from Lunar Infinity is Viray. Yeah, perfect. We can see your presentation. But we cannot hear you. Yeah, do you just want to try to talk? Let me try and mute myself. Okay, we can't hear. Okay, let's try now. Okay, now I heard something. Yeah, try to talk again. Virai, are you talking now? Yeah, Virai, can you try to speak now? Otherwise, we'll go to the next team and we'll come back to you while you try to fix.
Hello, Virai will be will be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay, so let's move to the next team. So we haven't received anything from Mayan Space 2. And we'll move forward to just on to team. So on the chat, as you can see, there is team Quetzalcoatl Aerospace. But I don't think they have submitted neither. So the next one would be the DIA team. And after that, we come back to Lunar Infinity. Yeah, is anyone from DIA team here?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, and just 1 second before we move to you, is Emilio, CG here from Team Mayan Space 1. Okay, Vera, I think I can hear you now. Emilio from Mayan Space 2. Okay, so Mayan Space 2 won't participate. Okay, so let's go ahead with Team DIA. And yeah, you can start sharing your screen.
Yes, just a sec.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I just stepped away for a second. Is it our turn to present now?
Yes, we had. Yeah.
Okay, sure thing. Sorry. I'll just put up in a second. I actually, can someone else go? I will present after. I'm just having some issues.
Are you able to present with the screen now, or Virai, do you want to go ahead? Since now I heard you talking and should be fine.
Should I go forward?
Sorry?
Hello. Should I present my presentation?
Yeah, if you can, would be great.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for the inconvenience before.
No worries. Yeah,
Yep.
cool. We can see the PowerPoint in here, so the floor is yours.
Okay, so I start with my team. We have 5 members of team, and my team name is for Lunar Infinity, which and the topic we have chosen is transportation on moon. So first about we'll see about the contents. The contents about is the idea which we have proposed, the main parts required for our project, means the idea which we have proposed, building up the project on the lunar surface, then design and manufacturing of that project, cost and material of that project, and advantages of the project. So first about the idea. The idea is to build a ropeway on a lunar surface. So what this ropeway will be, this ropeway will be designed as the same which on the it's done on the Earth. So the ropeway will have 2 types of trolleys. The trolleys will be 2 different, which will have 2 different functions. So it's that first trolley will be designed to carry passengers, and the second one will be designed to carry the cargo. So for the first trolley, which is designed for the passengers, would have a life support system in which it will be, there will be included of oxygen, food and water of minimum 10 hours, or you can say a maximum of 10 hours. The trolley designed for the ropeway will be also be able to convert into the lunar rover. As you can see at the right side, this is actually a trolley, but this is detached from the ankle, which is hooked up, and it is converted into a rover. We have to make a separate design of a lunar chassis, and that will be attached to our trolley. So the support towers, so the support towers for the ropeway will be designed by the lunar blocks. Now, how these lunar blocks will be made? The lunar blocks will be made by the lunar soil. The research on this lunar blocks have been started a few years ago only. So we can get that technology from you can say the researchers, and yeah. So the other support system used for the ropeway will be as same used on the Earth. So then the building project on the moon. So it would start with assembling the parts of the rover ropeway, which will be carried from here from the Earth, and some will be printed there using a 3D printer. Then we'll make some support towers. As I mentioned, that we will make a support towers from the lunar soil. So then we'll add the stations from end to start, means from the landing site to the village site. And then of course the trolleys would have to be airtight, as there will be oxygen inside it. And yeah, it will be cost efficient, of course. Okay, so the main parts required to build the project. So there are only few main parts we required to build this project. First is of course the steel rope, then the station, sorry for that. The support towers, the drive system, the trolley, and the control system, and the rover chassis. Which we are going to design is just a trolley, rover chassis, and the tower. Other than that, everything will be as same, which is used on the Earth. So yeah, the designing and manufacturing. You can see these 4 designs. The left top one is used to carry the cargo, and as the right bottom one, it's the same design, but it is attached to a ropeway. So these are 2 designs for the passenger.
Sorry, Virai. The 3 minutes are up. Sorry for being so harsh and interrupting. But yeah. So thank you for thank you for the presentation and for the work you put for the hackathon. So next we have the DIA team, and following it we have Space Girls. Yes, so Sad from DIA team should be the presenter. Yeah, see you.
I'm gonna share my screen. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Can the other person stop sharing their screen?
Yeah, so we can see your presentation, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Right, so we are at DIA, Draw Me into Astra. We've come up with a lunar modular logistics system. And in the course of our project during the hackathon, we came up with a concept that is an architecture that should be flexible to the different needs of as given in the problem statement. So the assumptions we've made for our base is that we have a primary lunar village we have a spaceport with a launch site, and we have a mining site, and these would be around 2 kilometers away from each other. We assume at the start of our timeline, we'd have about 40 people on the base, and then we proceeded to design for the main traffic flows that we anticipated in our system. So we identified that there would be the 3 traffic hubs, as I mentioned earlier, and between them we'd have 3 segments of traffic. So you'd have high capacity, medium capacity, and low capacity traffic. So our primary solution relies on the medium capacity solution, which would be a series of rover-like vehicles that would have a modular skateboard configuration as used in the electrical vehicle industry. On top of that, you have a driver cab where 2 people could be seated to semi-autonomously control the rovers. And in the back, you'd have payload sections. So you could add personnel carriers to carry up to 20 people. You could have lifeboat module. You could have solid cargo and fluid cargo carrier, as well as options for exploration. I'm almost out of time, so I will hurry up a bit. We anticipate then also being using our solution towards a high capacity solution, which would be a rail system that would be subterranean. Using our solution, you can easily modify it to be used with the rail system, but this should only be used once the base reaches 120% capacity. And we feel the advantages of our solution is that we have, it's very efficiently scalable, it's very flexible to the various needs of our base, and would grow alongside our base. We feel it has a very high technology readiness level, and we feel that this is a very effective solution that takes into consideration all the different elements and brings together sustainability, economic feasibility, and technological viability. Thank you.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you, Team Dia. You didn't even need the 30 seconds reminder. Great. So next one we have Space Girls. And just before we start with Space Girls, Marco Corrales here from Project Civu. Okay, so if no one from Project Civu is here, they will not present. So up next is Space Flights. If someone is here, please submit
Hello,
your
Space Girls is here.
Space Flights? Civu. Sorry. What did you say, Gigi?
Space Girl is here. We are waiting.
Space Girl, yes. Just 1 second. Yeah, is Angelina from from Team Space Flights. Is she here? Otherwise, if we don't have anyone from from Project Civu and Space Flights, this would be our last presentation for the transportation of the lunar surface. And we start after with challenge 3, which is education on the moon. Yeah, Gigi, you can start presenting.
Can you hear me correctly? I cannot share screen. Wait a second.
Okay, I can hear you. Yeah, we're just waiting for the screen.
Thank you very much. Wait a second.
Yeah.
I set up my environment. Wait a second.
Yeah, cool. We can see the screen and hear you, so the floor is yours.
Okay, I can start now. Ladies and gentlemen, MetaMoon, interactive transport framework in the moon surface for Space 4.0, using 5G connection, AI congestion control, augmented reality remote access for moon village citizens. Our main objective is providing a point-to-point solution for lunar pilots' transportation systems with robustness and access control for the village. Using AI congestion control topology, there's 5 main sites in our systems: main laboratory, humanity habit center, mining site 1, mining site 2, and in the middle, rocket landing site. Using line-by-line analysis and real-time updates, we can avoid collision by using AI. There's 3 cargo types in here: heavy-duty cargoes, can fit in 3 tons of materials and robots. Humanity transport carrier, transporting 20% on one go. Low power personal transport portals can bring everyone from point to point without any congestions. Power supply systems. Each railway has its own power supplies with backups. Our business developments, there's 3 commercial use cases in our systems: warehouse lottings, remote area transportations, and natural disaster resurrection. Our revenue projection plan: 2 years we will sell to small scale businesses, 3rd year we will break even, 4th year middle scale company, 5th year commercial, finally space industry. Our business roadmaps start with small scale point-to-point transportation for local businesses like wine industry and family farm. Lately, middle-sized businesses like local branding, commercial sites like Walmart, Costco, and Coca-Cola. Finally, less than 10 years, we will sell to space industry. NASA, ESA will be our customers. MetaMoon, interactive transportation systems in a moon surface made for Space 4.0. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Gigi, for the presentation and the work. Okay, so every team from the challenge to transportation on the lunar surface has presented. We'll just have a quick 2 minutes break and we'll come back then with a presentation from teams participating in the Educational Moon Challenge. So yeah, 2 minutes break and we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, and we're back. So we'll be starting our presentations for the challenge Education on the Moon with Team Ginelli, following by Moon Learning. Yeah, so Team Ginelli with Subi Giamani. Is anyone from Team Ginelli here?
Right top, pass right top.
Oh, Kundan.
Yes.
Are you going to present?
Joining. Just a moment, please.
Yeah, Kundan, just if you're part of Team Ginelli, right?
Yes, we are joining.
Yeah. Can you start sharing now? Sorry, Team Ginelli, but we really need to move forward with the presentation. So could you just give us an update?
As Prabhat is sharing his slides.
Okay, I can see your screen and I can hear.
Sorry for the technical delay. Now our friend will start the presentation.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. We are going to present our presentation on the education on the moon topic. We are Team Ginelli and our team members are Kundan Lamsal, Nishan Adhikari, Prabhat Kiran Bhandari, and myself, Subhigya Mani Bhandari. Introduction. The challenge of teaching student on the moon takes the term remote learning to another level. We believe that a project-based learning approach is suitable for teaching students on the moon. Traditional learning approach typically has the teacher as the focal point and the teacher delivers the intended lecture on the syllabus. The teacher then proceeds to assign homeworks to the students. It is no secret that students find little, if any, enjoyment in this approach of learning. The student is often left wondering as to the implications of the learning content and does not feel much invested on the content of the learning. COVID restrictions forced schools to adopt remote learning strategies, but the teaching approach were mostly the same. Having faced the monotony of a traditional classroom since primary school, we are motivated to design an alternative approach to learning for the students on the moon. There is no denying the fact that a project-based learning for the sake of finding real-world problems through self-discovery and research would definitely be a plausible approach for effectively teaching lunar youth. Results. Teaching space is to be established on the Earth that has infrastructure for the teachers. Students to work on a specific project given for a certain interval. Guidance videos to be prepared on Earth and sent to the moon. Students are free to work on the solution in any way. Example, self-research, group discussion, etc. Students could learn moon village related technology from adult settlers on the village. If students encounter any problem or difficulty during learning, they can contact tutors on Earth available for certain hours each day. Physical learning space on the moon consists of space like library, project room, meeting room, entertainment zone, etc. Conclusion. Project-based learning approach could motivate students to learn through self-research and teamwork. Physical learning space provided with learning resources could set an environment for learning. Basic exploration and survival related technology to sustain on the moon will be taught by the adult settlers on the moon itself. Teamwork and self-research are prioritized, so need for synchronous communication is minimized. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Team Ginelli, for the presentation. Okay, next up we have Team Moon Learning, and following is Moon Voyagers. If anyone from Moon Voyagers is here, please write on the chat and submit your poster as well. Yeah, So I can see your screen. So the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I'm so sorry, this was a technical problem. So, hello everybody, welcome. This is the Moon Learning team, and we're here to talk about the Moon Learning University. So, well, here's the thing. We're just like this close to touching the moon permanently and establishing a settlement. But just as people can live on the moon, they must learn in that environment that they live in, so they can ensure the continuity of the settlement. And for that, we need the best talent. So let's talk about talent for a moment. Up until this point, everything that we've thought about includes sending talent from the Earth, or at least sending education from the Earth right to the moon. Our question is, why would we export professionals from the Earth if local professionals have several advantages? They have ready access to labs, they have ready access to materials, and most important of all, they interact with that environment on a daily basis. All right? So the question becomes, why not make a university right there on the moon and turn it on its head while we're at it? Because it clearly should be different from the things we have here on Earth. So we have outlined these key principles, and the first one is project-based learning, especially for engineering and science courses. This would ensure interaction between technical, undergraduate, and graduate level courses, and that would be a huge differentiating factor from our project, because it is rare even here on Earth. The second one is top-down classrooms, where students independently study the theory and then go to the classroom and make exercises. And also, it's very important for us to have neurodiversity, accessibility, and a lot of inclusivity and equality in this university. So having talked about that, let's talk about money for a bit. We wouldn't like to be a for-profit university because that can conflict with our basic principle of equality. So students would be our clients, but they wouldn't be our main clients. Their tuition would pay for upkeep and basic maintenance, and the most important things are partnerships with space agencies and companies that would partner for research. So we'll have a quick glance at the numbers. So as you can see, the most important thing of all are the strategic partnerships, and we expect them to, in the long run, cover the initial infrastructure costs, and we expect the tuition to cover most of the operating costs. All right, this was it. Thank you very much to everyone for your attention. If you want more detailed information, you can visit our webpage. Here you will find what careers we've thought about. You will find more about our team and a lot of information that I cannot give you in this 3-minute presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Team Moon Learning, for the presentation. Okay, so next up, as Moon Voyagers is not here, we'll go with Team Martian. Yeah, is anyone from Team Martian here? So I'm gonna see. So Moon Martian is of 2 members, Kirtana and Abhishaya, which I don't think they're here. Okay, so we move forward. So after the Martian, so Summer and Sire is not presented. Anyone from Team Dennis? So I'll take this as a note, and I'm just gonna appear now, because as we don't have any other teams, Moon Learning was our final team presenting for the challenge number 3, Education on the Moon. And yeah, this is the end of the team presentation. So yeah, Kong, would you like to say something? As all the teams that were here that presented today already submitted a poster, and we're now done with the presentations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, they were all very interesting and exciting presentations, and I look forward to getting the chance to go into the posters into more detail as we progress with the results. Roughly, how long have we got left in the session?
So our original schedule, just 1 second, I'm gonna tell you. Our original schedule was to stop at 4:35 UTC, which is 5. Oh no, sorry. For the presentation was to stop at 4:30 UTC, which is 5:30 CET, and having our closing remarks right after, from 4:30 to 5:35 UTC time.
Okay, so we've got about an hour and 15 minutes left.
Yes.
Cool, great. So yeah, I'd like to open it up if any of the judges have questions on any of the projects that they'd like to address, or any issues that they would like to hear from the teams on. I'd like to open up for that.
Yeah, and I can help moderate this one. So let's go back to our challenge number 1, which was space solar power. If judges have any question for the first team who presented, which is Team Stellar.
So I don't actually have any questions for the teams. I do wonder. So there are 2 of us judges, myself, Mankins, and Guo. Do we have an opportunity to communicate separately about the scoring and about our evaluations?
Yeah, if you want, we can put you all 3 into a private room where you can talk between yourselves.
I think that would be a good use. I don't want to say by myself, but I think that would make a good use of the time.
Yeah, if the other judges agree, I can go ahead and do a breakout room session for you 3.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
I assume you're setting up the separate room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Like, did you receive an invite? Okay, I guess so. Judges are leaving. Cool. Okay, since the judges are talking between themselves, do you guys have anything to say, any feedback, or if you have questions actually about other projects, the other team can answer. More time, I know. But that's the thing about Hackathon as well. You just have these few precious minutes to really showcase your idea, and that's the challenge. Yeah, feel free to. Yeah, so I got here messages from Moon Learning team, DIA team, and Stellar team. If you have any question, please ask them, and even Maya Space open to any further questions. MetaMoon here as well. Yes,
will the posters and the things you've developed be showcased anywhere?
So we have the posters will be judged, will be seen by the judges which have access to them. In terms, are you saying about like showing them like on social media or?
Yeah.
We haven't really discussed that, but just one second. I think if everyone agrees, if you want to share it on your personal social media and tag the Moon Village Association, feel free to do so. We'll be mainly posting about the 3 winners, so one for each categories. We'll make an announcement. But up to now, we haven't thought about posting all of the posters, but we can think about making them available to all the participants. So each of you can see.
Yeah, I'd welcome that. Yeah, and just, I don't know, I was just trying to think of a way because we developed so many ideas, so many things, even though it was only, what, 2.5 days, effectively. And
yeah.
I don't know, we just felt that the poster, we were not able to express all of these things. So we were just trying to think of a way to, you know, to share it more, develop it more.
Yeah, so yeah, feel free to share with in social media or any way you like either doing the posters or maybe sharing just the picture. So the teams, we aim to give the announcement later, just one second, but maybe if our judges are will be done now, who knows, we'll have earlier winning session. But if you want also, you can always keep in touch with the Moon Village Association and see by joining one of their groups, you can see on possible ways to how to apply what you've done here today, either through the Moon Village, or get advice on how you can further develop your project. It was really great to see you here, all of you, because we thought that we all care about moon exploration and what the future could be like, and it's great to see how you imagine this future. And we encourage you to to keep on moving forward with your own project, independent of what the end result will be of this hackathon. But we're really great to see how you progress. Oh, yeah. So yeah, the judges will be in their room for about another 20 minutes. So if you have questions or if you have any feedback, as this was our first hackathon and we plan to do many more in the future, it would be really great to hear what you thought, like even what you thought about the challenge. If it was like education, I think it was one of the hardest, because it's one where you can have infinite ways on develop a new even educational systems. So if you have any question about the other teams, don't be shy. We're all here together. So please even put it on the chat or feel free to unmute yourself. So, okay, let's try this. Who thought that 3 minutes were really not enough? If you go on the reaction, just put the thumbs up. Let's see what you think.
Yeah, actually, I think this was too little time to expose. I have in other events that they give you even 40 minutes or 45 minutes, so it's a lot. And when we knew there were only 3 minutes, we were like really thinking how to just say the most important things. But
the pressure is on.
Yeah, but it's actually cool also because you are able to just be concise and not expand to any other further and not so that important information. Maybe 10 minutes could be quite well.
Yeah, and I feel like 3 minutes is a really good way to practice even how to be concise and express well, which is really important for startups. Yeah, Juan?
Yeah, so I think 3 minutes, of course, it's the pressure is on and everything, but I feel like at the team, we really appreciated Mr. Larkin's talk about tips for the pitch. However, it would have been good if we could have seen like an example of an elevator pitch because we didn't see one. And I think a lot of teams struggled with that. I saw a lot of cutoffs. So for the next one, I think if you could do at least one example, that will be much better.
Yeah, that's actually really useful feedback. And if you want to go on YouTube, I feel searching, there are lots of these pitches, even if they're a little bit longer than 3 minutes. But if you want to have a quite good example, there is a university level, especially for PhD students, there is a competition called the 3-minute thesis. So they have to present the whole 4 years, 3-year research in just 3 minutes. So I thought this was hard. So, usually those competitions are worldwide and quite fun to see because some presenters, they're quite imaginative with the way they present. So a 3-minute thesis is actually a good way to also see what a 3 minutes presentation should look like. But we will take this feedback for sure to show you what a presentation or what a pitch should look like. And of how many people was this the first ever hackathon? Oh, so quite a few. Yeah, I really hope you enjoy this, guys. Rui. Thanks, Maya. Yeah, I hope like that you enjoyed the process, even if it's a little bit hardcore sometimes with all the pressure of the time, but it's all practice. And really hope you either keep your moving with your idea further by joining other hackathons, keep in touch with us. And so I saw some teams wanted a little more time before to further a little bit finish up their presentation. So since we still have quite a few time, let's start with team in the space solar power. Team Stella, did you have anything else you wanted to add to finish up your presentation? I would say no. And then there was Mayan Space. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, the Stellar team will be glad to share more information.
Yeah, if you want to share just quickly some more information that you weren't able to actually show during the actual pitch, you're more than welcome.
Thank you. Just let me talk to
maybe
Alvaro. Yeah,
maybe
I was.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I need to.
I am searching for Alvaro.
I would like to share the screen and go show the engine part. Shall I?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
No, we don't.
No.
Now, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. So this is basically the diagram of this is basically exactly how how our concept will look like. So we will go to the construction part. It consists of we can see it consists of a concave mirror. It is placed here to absorb the solar rays coming from the sun, and then it will be reflected here. And it also has a nozzle with connected to the compressor, and then further we have a chamber to collect the gas, and then further it is going inside, and further it is connected with the turbine. So how exactly it is going to work? This compressor will suck the the solar wind from here with the help of the nozzle, and these will be collected inside the inside this chamber. And in this chamber the magnet is already placed there. So once the magnetic field is induced in this, they can separate the charges of the ions. There is already the solar wind is containing the plasma. So as it will separate the charges like positive and negative ions. So then now the charges are accumulated on these junctions. Then this can be further collected to the connected to the loop, and once the electron starts moving, the electricity is generated, and further the remaining gas can be sucked further, and then it can be used further for the for this turbine can be taken to this turbine, and this turbine can be rotated, and then the electricity can be generated with that also. That will be additional part. That's all. Mael, do you want to explain something else? You can.
Yes. The purpose of this idea is to use it uses the most of the energy from the solar power. So for this, we trap the electron into the photon trap, and by this way, the heat will be augmented because the photons will be trapped into the sphere, and they won't be able to escape. Plus, we have add something like in the ionic engines that is two differently charged grid that don't allow all the particles to escape. So they are a kind of block, and it augments the pressure, and it will augment too the velocity into the turbine. So it will augment the efficiency.
Yeah, in order to understand it better, you can search for ionic thrusters and just imagine that you can join the ionic thruster with a turbine generator. So that's our idea.
And the best part is that we are not using the present convenient methods. Like most of the researchers are using just the solar cells and all the perovskite materials, but we are using the solar wind plasma and the another solar wind plasma, and with help of that we are trying to extract the energy which is already available there. It is never going to end, and we can use it at any time, whether it is afternoon, midnight, any time it will be feasible. That is the most attractive part of our concept.
Okay. That was a really thorough explanation of the engineering behind it. Really
Thank you
great
so
to
much.
actually hear it now. If anyone has any question about it, any comments?
Sorry, but
yeah.
Does the judge hear what we said?
Yes.
No. That's the beauty of breakout rooms on Zoom.
Okay.
So yeah, you will be judged solely on the posters which you've submitted and on the 3 minutes presentation.
Yeah, okay.
But now we thought it would be a good time to let you showcase your actual work that maybe, you were cut off by me, which really sorry, or to explain a little bit better, because we know it was 2.5 days, but we know the work they actually put on it. And we thought it would be really great to actually showcase it even more. So yeah, Mayan Space One, do you want to add anything else on top of your presentation?
We do not have anything to add more, but we are open to questions you have.
Yeah, and then there was Lunar Avengers was the third team presenting for space solar power. How do you feel, guys?
Hello.
Hi.
Firstly, I would like to give a shout out to all my teammates for the wonderful learning experience that I had with them in poster preparation and the ideas and the combined ideas of everyone. So shout out to Loon Avengers. And if I had to add a point, if the judges were here, it would be on the redundancy point, that our space solar system design was designed in such a way that if a part of it fails, then we always have a backup, such as the from the other systems like concentrated space solar or the human waste power generation or the biofuel cells. So it was the redundancy point that I would be adding. And if anyone from my team would like to add, yeah. If there's anyone from my team who would like to add any more points.
Okay, maybe who was sharing this screen? Sharat?
It's Sharat, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe if you can stop sharing it, so if other people want to present, they can have the same opportunity. Maybe. I can do it. Cool. That's the power of being a host, I guess. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you, Ai, for your point. And cool. Then we have the team asterisk after, still on the solar power. Do you have any comments, feedback, guys, or would you like to further say something about your project? Decide who was speaking? No one.
Hi, Celine.
Oh,
Hi,
hey.
this is Shankar. Yeah, sorry for that.
No worries.
So yeah, like our concept, we actually presented the core technology that we use to power the solar cells. We believe that a lot of we should implement the power of solar energy for furthering space missions. There's definitely an upside potential to developing a nuclear power based RTG generator based power source for Moon Village, but that again poses a risk to human settlers. Like what happens if let's say there is a damage, or one thing for certain is that there's going to be conflict on Moon or even Mars. So what if the other party decides to just uh, play with the nuclear reactor of the other colony? So I think solar power is a quite safe alternative, and we were trying to further the efficiency of the solar cells using the Persco-White solar tandem cells. So that they have a higher efficiency, and we get a uh, lot of power generation from those as well. And since the real estate on the Moon is actually free for all right now, so we can grab as much as land we want to place our solar cells. And I think that's what we plan to do. Once we reach the Moon, we'll become, I believe, like a real estate agents and buy up all the land, or uh, that's the evil plan for now. But thank you. Like, this was an amazing platform to present your ideas, and there was a lot of good concepts. I believe I'm sure people would connect with each other and take their ideas forward. and I really look forward to connecting with you guys and like working together on something that can actually 10 years down the line be sent on the moon and can actually perform. And that at that point of time we will go like, oh yeah, this is the idea that we presented, and we did it. So thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Yai, for sharing these further details. And guys, if you feel free to also put up your LinkedIn's or emails down here on the chat if you want to stay in contact with each other, or talk further about your ideas. And please, yeah, we really hope that you won't stop after this hackathon. And,
Sure, definitely, yeah.
I put up a really good point that land on the moon, which is a tricky part. Who owns it? Who doesn't own it? At the moment, there is the Artemis Accord that say no one can claim a land on another celestial body. So we'll see maybe how that plays out. But that just shows even how space is truly not for engineers or people in STEM, but it's actually for everyone. And that's what also the Moon Village Association was to push and wanted to show you through this hackathon, that everyone from artists, economists, lawyers can be part of the space sector and space exploration, as we really, really need everyone hands-on to tackle problems for the future. So, thank you for that. And so let's move in challenge 2, which was transportation on the lunar surface. With our first team who spoke was Space Nova. Anyone here from Space Nova that would like to further say something about their ideas, or like to say something in general?
Yeah. I don't have anything technical to add here, but I would just like to present one slide, which I think was, we tried to pass ourselves off as a proper business unit. So this is what we did. This was our idea of a proper complete thing. So we actually gave, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, so this is what we actually did. We actually gave roles to people, and so that we actually present ourselves as a proper company. So CTO would be Anand, Kalyani would be head of design, and head of finance would be Anuj. Bala as the head of communications and marketing, Vidyut head of simulations, and myself, Gautam, will be the head of R&D. So this is what this was our attempt at creating a proper unit. So yeah, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. This was really a tremendous educational experience. So thank you.
No, thanks, Gautam, for participating and sharing your idea. We actually really like when people enjoy, but also see the benefit on the experience, on how it can benefit their education, but also open up, let you understand the startup or entrepreneurship world, which maybe at school is not often mentioned if you're not properly in a business or economic degree. But yeah, as everyone can go to the moon and work in the space sector, everyone can also be an entrepreneur and build their own startup. And a team is actually one of the biggest things if in future you want to present your startup, because you want to show the buyer, so who's giving you funding, the team behind your idea, on how you can rely on the team, the idea, the values that the team hold, and how each team member is able to contribute to the final goal of the startup. So yeah, thank Gautam for showing us the team slide.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this could serve as a massive springboard for anyone who's trying to, start their company or step into entrepreneurship. So, and don't know how to. So this could actually prove to be a lot helpful.
Oh yeah, and we really hope that you could also enjoy the mentoring session, because it's a time to ask questions about your topic, but it's also a time to build your network within this sector.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks again.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and thanks. Do you have anyone from Lunar Infinity that would like to say something? No, Lunar Infinity, I guess. But, and, oh, the GIA team, which they asked to have some more time.
Yes. Hi. Sure. Yeah, I didn't. My team is interested. Show the rest of our presentation.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Yeah, no, I didn't have a lot of time to explain like the different offerings for the different capacities. So we identified, I think I mentioned in the presentation about our high capacity, which would be a kind of a rail-based system. And we have a medium capacity solution. We also have a solution for low capacity, where we would have kind of manual-based vehicles inside the lunar base, because we anticipated that at 40 people, you don't have enough of a inter-hub traffic volume, like in our estimation. So we thought of using bicycles, tricycles, and even electric little buggies that you might see in the airport or something, an analog to that. But we felt that since most of the traffic volume would not be going through this, we elected to focus on the medium and high capacity. Also, inside the medium capacity solution, we wanted to highlight the extra functionality of our modules, because the people carrier can also act as a lifeboat, holding up to 20 people inside it. So with just 2 lifeboats, you could actually secure the entire 40-person base, which is, I think, a really important redundancy for the base as a whole. And additionally, like the cargo transport capacities, since it's so switchable, you would not have to carry an NT module around, because you'd have a series of bases, the maintenance base, which we would have inside each of the major transport hubs. So that's something I wanted to highlight. Additionally, for having a rail system. Now, I think rightly some people might say, "Oh, you want to put trains on the moon? Isn't that expensive?" But we think that it's actually a valuable proposition to have, especially for really high capacities, because you're avoiding radiation issues. You'd avoid interactions with the lunar environment. And it would basically be a high capacity, very structured, maybe not as flexible as the medium capacity offering. So, and the advantage of our solution is that the lower section, our skateboard platform, could be very easily modified to actually run on the rail system with very minor modifications. That way you would have a common pool of servicing equipment, like a common pool of payload bays, a common pool of maintenance bays, which makes our solution, I feel, really scalable. And we've also identified a development timeline of the functionality we thought we needed to have at different stages. And we anticipated by the 120-person stage, we would like to establish our high-capacity rail lines, at least one between the launch site and the main lunar village, just as a safety, almost like a safety thing, because it avoids lunar dust, any debris that comes from any problems with launching. We thought that was a valuable addition to have within our solution. And yeah, I think that's what I wanted to touch up on. Any questions?
Hi, Saad. This is Uncle. So I just have one question. Like the presentation was amazing. First of all, I would like to start. I mean, you were the only guy. I think you finished before time. So actually, kudos to that. Like that is my aim for the next. Like I mean, any other presentation. So I just wanted. I'm just curious. This the funding part that you got to maintain station like 1.5 million and development launch cost per truck 350K. How did you come up what was the thought process behind that thing? Because for our concept also, like we were trying to get a particular number, but since post-COVID solar cells are currently towards nearing the R&D across the world, we weren't able to get a particular number. So I'm just curious, like like how was a number like achieved at?
Yeah, no, that was a tricky part for us. Luckily, we had a very good teammate on this side. He's basically worked with a lot of US corporations and military projects. And we basically pulled up, if you look up, like, I forget the actual name, there is a military logistics vehicle that uses a similar logistical layout. And we basically put up numbers from there, as well as 10-ton trucks on Earth. And basically kind of coming up with these and then adding 20% to all these numbers. We kind of came up with an estimate of around 300,000 to 250,000 per truck, including development, building, assembling, with another 50 to 100,000 estimated for launch costs. Basically, we're relying on Starship. And Starship has a ridiculously low launch cost estimated according to Elon Musk. So we try to add a little allowance because whatever Elon Musk says doesn't always happen. Yeah. So that's how we came up with that number. For the maintenance station, I'll be honest, it's a little bit of hand waving, a little bit of looking at fire stations. We looked at maintenance bays. We have another teammate who's also a fireman, so he was able to get some numbers from there.
That's great. Like,
so we have a very unique skill set in our team. And so we were kind of, again, it's not a fixed number. We're hoping if we have an opportunity to develop this further, we can get more like validity and more certainty with our figures. Yeah, the numbers we provided are estimates, but they're kind of achievable within, like, we don't think it's the correct number, but we think it's about right.
okay, that's a good thought process, and like it's nice that you have a very like diverse team. That's actually important.
Yeah.
I think you should like
yeah,
Elon
I mean,
Musk will be very happy that entire moon village transportation is being done by his Starship.
Yeah, we are very reliant on Starship bringing down launch costs to have our solution be operational. So that is, I would say, another critical area for us. But if you think about it, each of our trucks, we are anticipating that the truck weight on Earth will be around, if you use a normal loading configuration, it will be around 5 tons.
How about like,
and if the Starship,
how about using Tesla's Cybertruck itself?
Guys, I'm really sorry to be the bad guy again, but our judges are back.
Yeah, sure.
So I would give we get the time to call to come and speak. Just 1 second, because technical difficulties happen to us as well. maybe if Sad and sorry for pronouncing this wrong, maybe Jaya want to keep on go with the last question he asked about the GIA team. Go for it while we're searching for the judges.
I think we can, the judges back, or?
Not yet.
Okay.
False alarm, sorry.
Yeah, no, we were just discussing the cost and the launching capacity, but just to quickly wrap up so the other people can get on.
Yeah.
I think the Starship has a launch capacity of around 100 tons, and if we use our modular layout, it effectively becomes like kind of a flat pack arrangement in that we can maximize the cargo bay. So I think the loading for the thing is around 9 meters wide and 14 meters. I forgot the height actually, but it's a massive bay. So we could actually, we figured we'd need around 6 rovers to begin our fleet, but I feel we could theoretically fit up to 20 in the cargo configuration in the first launch if needed. But that said, in the beginning, we have to establish the maintenance sites, the charging stations, have at least 2 to 4 lifeboat vehicles, just so that we have enough capacity for the entire base. Yeah, so that's just kind of the state we were at. We'd obviously like more time to develop it more, but
yeah, cool. Thanks for sharing this part there. And I think now it's time to give the word to the Space Girls, if they'd like to share something more about their project.
Space Girl?
Yeah, Gigi.
Hi. So actually, like, can I share screen?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so actually, apart from that, I didn't. Oh, yeah. Actually, in my team, there's something that I haven't finished sharing. So in here we have the augmented reality that I haven't shared. So in case there's a lunar storm or something in extreme condition, they can actually use augmented reality to control all the vehicles. So yeah, is that.
Yeah, perfect. And how did you feel about the hackathon, about your experience here?
Yeah, I enjoy it so much. But I hope that there will be like more guideline on like how to draft things, and then more time is given will be better. Maybe like 1 week rather than 3 days.
Yeah, like hackathons, they're mostly like 48 hours, just because hackathons are like a highly pressure event in general. So given these days, it was our aim, but we can certainly work more on giving, if you need more specific guidelines. But even here, we wanted to give participants the opportunity to freely express themselves. But if you feel lost, let us know so that we can improve future hackathons competition. And
one thing I want to ask about space, like, may I ask, like, how can I get in the space industry and work there? Yeah, because I find it very hard if I don't have a space-related degree. Then no matter how excellent I am in engineering, it's so hard to get into the field. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, like space for a really long time has been thought to be just for engineers, and just in the past few years, we're coming out from that like one-way situation, and each day is open up to new opportunities. For example, some space companies, they now have artists in residence to showcase the entire world their art. But yeah, and space lawyers now, they're being greatly needed, because we saw that we don't have much laws for the space sector. And, you know, seeing the recent episode with the space debris caused in orbit, we need something that can protect us all a little bit better. But for sure, like joining organization, association like the Moon Village Association, it can give you a first idea, a first launch into the space sector, which if you don't know anything about, I can see the difficulties in getting in. But by doing this hackathon help, you had, you know, you saw new faces, people with different background in this sector, and you can connect with them, expand your network, because networking, like this is in general, but even more in the space industry, is one of the biggest thing. Because anyway, it's still a small, quite small, quite word, still the space industry. And you know, as soon as you develop your networking within space, it's going to be hard, it's not easy. When you change your job career, especially if you're not an engineer in this sector, but you know, with networking is one of the best things that you can do to enter this industry and put your knowledge in. And what is your background, Gigi?
I do electronics, so it is very related. I don't know whether it's my nationality a problem, because I'm kind of from China. Is it because why they don't let me in all the job?
That one, I don't think I'm the right person to ask about, because I don't fully know neither. But I feel it's like with every job hunt, you might take, unfortunately, time, and you won't get the first, you won't get it as soon as you decide, oh, I'm gonna switch my career. But yeah, no, we really hope that you enjoyed this, and yeah, they actually open up new possibility for you, especially expanding your network, understand who to talk to, and you know, website. So yeah, I see lots of messages here on the chat, and yeah, Leslie, networking is the best way to enter this industry. And yeah, LinkedIn is a quite powerful platform as well to reach out to people and to ask a question. So yeah, no, really thanks, Gigi, also for your views on how difficult it is even for an electrical engineer to enter this industry.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so this was Space Girl. Yeah, so we're going now into education on the moon teams. Team Yuneli, yeah, do you want to add anything about your project, or you know, just have a chat with us? Yeah, and also on the chat has been shared a link by Ruth, which is an initiative that is going on at the moment, and it's reflectspace.com, which Ruth, is it with the, oh okay, yeah, so it's
yeah, hello. So
yeah.
Space Reflect basically talks about all the different kinds of fields from which people can contribute in the space sector. So right now it's a new initiative and we are developing it slowly. So we have all kinds of fields from space biology to medicine, engineering as well. And hopefully I would like everyone else to just check out all that link. And if you have any resources and would like to be a part of it, you can get in touch with me and or the other team members who are available, and we'll be happy to help. Thank you. And great job, everyone.
Good. Thanks, Ruth, for sharing the link. And yeah, so moon learning. Do you, would you like to add up anything on top of your presentation? Moon learning.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share you a screen.
Sure.
Another suggestion, so everyone who's sharing their LinkedIn profiles here, you can add them on Slack, so that way it will be in our records and people can, actually connect, because Zoom, sometimes it's just, you cannot save the chat. So yeah, just go ahead and share all your details, information about the team, anything you like on the Slack, and we'll be connected. Thank you.
Okay, so can you see a screen? Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, basically, in addition of what Matt Parlin said, we did this page, like a representation of what careers are we gonna choose in this university. So we have solar engineering, and we have additive manufacturing technician and another careers. And this is why, this is because we talk about what can do those careers in the lunar. So this can help the billiards or the billiarder, and this is a good benefit for those people who are gonna live in the moon. And also we have the pension, I don't know how to say that, sorry, the curriculum of each careers, and around how much is that career. And also we have the characteristics of each careers. And in addition, we did like a representation in 3D of how is the university on the moon. Juan, can you share
the model? Is a concept, but we didn't finish enough, so we don't have the model. Okay.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. The teammate that is in charge of it has not finished it yet, so we can show it to you just yet.
Okay. Also, in the page we have the team of the group, and yes, that's it.
Yeah, thank you for even showing us your website, which really looks good. Yeah. And so who wants to join this university in the future then? Looks interesting. Oh, I see quite a few people. Yeah, anyone has any questions about the team Moon Learning education system or the curriculum? No? Cool. So we had one more team. Sorry, I'm just going back and forth with Zoom and the chat. So we had the Martian. Just one. Oh no, the education on the moon just had the presentation from these two teams. Perfect. So hope every team now had a chance to explain further what they couldn't do maybe during the 3 minutes presentation. Oh, Juan is asking to see more in details information about the Space to Reflect initiative, if possible. And the Mayan Space has a website as well, where you can check out their proposals. And Ruth has answered. Perfect. So just 1 second. Yeah, so yeah, thanks so much again, guys, for presenting this further. And just while we're still waiting for the judges, let's try one thing. Let's try to do a vote for the topics next year, in the next year hackathon. Would you like to see the same topics, or would you like to focus on something else, like a moon-based architecture or agriculture on the moon, or any of these? Yeah, we really like to hear your thoughts on this.
I think like next year's topic should be more towards moon mining and the production of fuel. Something that, you know, like I think Elon Musk will be very happy to hear. I'm pretty sure he's about to launch the next competition, just like Hyperloop. He's about to launch the next competition like helium-3 production on moon, and you know it will give a lot of good ideas on how to actually implement that. So a Cybertruck on the moon is another a good thing.
I really want to talk with Elon Musk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. But no, thanks so much for the input, because yeah, moon mining is actually something that people even now are looking into. And an Elon Musk edition. So first prize, we'll talk with Elon Musk. But yeah, I saw a message from Emily, and she said doing a topic about human performance, which I feel is something that we might really need to do, because we're always saying, oh, we need this, this, and that to go to space, but what are people gonna do there? How, you know, their psychology, their well-being, how is going to be affected, their health in general. So for example, we can have EVA suit design for a topic, or even how you're going to react on emergency. What kind of health services will you have on the moon? For example, I'm losing the words now, but it is telecommunication medicine. So like, would it be enough to contact a doctor based on Earth from the moon? I feel like human performance is something that we should really look forward. But maybe one more topic that I'd like to suggest that I don't think I saw it coming up, maybe just with the claiming land on the moon, it would be about governance model. How many people here from this hackathon thought about laws and policies while developing their ideas? Any hands showing? Is anyone working? Oh yeah, Jai.
Okay. Hi.
Hey.
Me and Sankalp are the team here.
Yeah.
So I think when we are talking about something that has to be established in moon, like our project is there, I think it should more focus on the sustainability part. Maybe, you know, because we are facing a lot of climate changes, climate crisis in Earth. which we are not able to cope up with. I think if we are setting up something in moon, it should, we should visualize that there has to be a sustainable process or a sustainable step taken from all of us who are doing, like you have represented our projects up here. There should be an alternative, or there should be anything like fuel, mining, everything such like that, which is already present in the earth. We have already seen the effects, what it creates in the earth. So I think if we are talking about moon, it should be more on sustainable studies or anything which is set up there. It should more focus on the part of education, where we are educating people on more like if there is space architecture, there is space travel, or there are lunar exploration, transportation, anything, any related topic. It should focus more on how we do not affect that particular environment like we already have done to the earth, which is kind of very upsetting. So I think we should more focus on the part of practical education. We should focus more on like how we can implement those, like greenhouse, climate resilient homes and climate resilient villages, which are made from the materials which are not affecting that particular kind of environment. I think I would myself like to do the research which is related to space architecture, and I would be able to do something which is sustainable from the start. Not that I have created something and then I am like looking forward to make it nicer and not affecting the environment, but I want to start from scratch, like something that I am incorporating in my project as well. So I think I really want to create sustainability, bring sustainability to my project, and I would suggest, or I would request everyone up here that we keep in mind the sustainability part in their project. Like they are doing amazing, they have presented amazing things, but if they can just keep in mind the crisis or the resilient factors, it would be amazing to have this hackathon going on, or the moon village that we are looking forward to. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thanks so much for this great explanation, because we're in a climate crisis, and not that much, at least that we see, is done to raise sustainability. And once we bring some sustainable on the moon, we can always implement it on Earth, because that's also why there is space exploration and space technology, to be able to bring sustainability and technologies back to Earth to help us live better and more without using excessive resources from our planet as well. And I think Marco raised his hand. Yeah.
Yes, Gigia, thank you very much for raising that topic. And I would like to add that sustainability is not only something that you can see as a way to conserve an existing habitat, but even how to generate ideas that are way beyond that what you could imagine. And by that I mean that I think I've mentioned before that I homeschooled my kids at some point. And once we did an exercise of thinking how to colonize Mars. And one of the ideas we had, what if the premise was leave no trace? What if one of the premises was have a base in which once we left, there would not be any sign that we were ever there, right? So how to leave an environment as we found it. And from that perspective, we started coming up with all kinds of crazy ideas, because this is my kids, right? That involve growing trees and turning special Mars genetically modified trees as a living structure, so that you could feed the tree that was actually your house while you were there, etc. So of course it's really crazy because that's what kids do. But I think the point is that if you start assuming some basic design principles for moon living, and some of those principles are such that leave no trace, or leave the place better than you found it, or ensure that you can create something that organically integrates with the environment rather than imposes on it. I think those sort of design principles generate some truly innovative ideas, and I think that's what's exciting from a hackathon perspective and from an innovation perspective. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, absolutely, Marco. I agree with you. I mean, I have a perspective in this topics like how to relate all of these things, and I would be very happy to do research where we can be more supportive to the. If we are looking forward to having something like this, I don't want it to make like another Earth where we are living footprints of only the carbon footprints or such things like that. So yeah, thank you so much for adding up to my topic that I came forward with. So yeah.
Thanks so much, because we can also hear how passionate you are about this topic. And yeah, so we have 10 minutes left on this call till we meet again with our judges. So for now, oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, so 10 minutes till we finish this call. And so yeah, so at the moment, I got some notes down. So for next year hackathon, we have the idea of mining as well as biomining, probably some governance model, as wasn't really touched maybe in this one, and we didn't give you probably the opportunity. But also the governance model could, another possible topic could be the currency system and trade model between Moon and Earth, and who knows, maybe in the future as well between Mars. We want to take into consideration the human, people in space, so probably who knows, healthcare challenge or designing an EVA suit. But again, we can go back and touch upon the space solar power generation, space solar power challenge, or again, transportation, maybe who knows, between Earth and Moon, and education, which were our 3 topics. So just maybe to get a better understanding, would you like to have the same 3 topics, maybe on top of new ones, or would you prefer to see something completely new in our next hackathon? Or maybe having like 5 topics instead of 3. We just thought to give you 3 topics because we have some hackathons experience between the logistic team, and sometimes we saw the topics are really, really broad, and just to come up with an idea, it is taking like maybe the full day, because we don't know really we could be really lost. So we thought to give you this specific topic and be as specific as possible to develop specific idea to those challenges. But yeah, did you wanted to say something?
I'm good. Sorry. Yeah, I have this idea thinking like the topic is a bit too specific and too long. So it is very hard to actually make a solution out of it within 3 minutes. Like if the question is shorter than 3 minutes, then I can explain an idea. But if your question is like very complex, it is so hard to explain in 3 minutes.
Indeed, it is hard. 3 minutes to explaining specifically your idea. But we're aware of those. We wanted to try to see if you could also kind of like let you train kind of a little bit on how to efficiently put in 3 minutes the main idea and what the solution of the idea was. But we see, we understand how hard it is for you guys to do a 3 minutes presentation after working for 2 full days on the topic. Yeah, Gabriela?
Oh yeah, I would also like to add that would be great if you kind of make a semi-competition. I mean, for example, in different stages, you compete versus 3 or 4 teams, and the winner from that cluster then passes to the next stage, I have participated in that type of hackathons, and it's really, really funny and it's harder because you have to compete against the better ones. But of course, you have to have, I guess, more than 30 or 40 teams for it to be in different stages.
Yeah, we plan to have today, as you see from the schedule, more teams presented, which drop out the last minute. So we thought we were actually 21 teams, which is quite a lot, a big number. But yeah, we hope to, this was just our first year, and to have more teams coming in the following years. And Erin, that one actually never participated in something like that, but it sounds really funny. And just a question, do you like, for the first stage, do you have like 2 days to develop the idea? Or do they give you like more time?
Actually, that was a 24-hour hackathon, so it was even shorter.
Yeah.
It was from other topic. It was related just to education in Latin America. So it was 24 hours, but they were a lot of teams. So they randomly selected 4 teams, and those 4 teams compete against them. And the winner from the cluster compete against the other winners, other 3 teams. And then at the final stage, they presented just 2 teams face to face. They had to discuss like why their idea is better than the other one. And yeah, it was really intense.
Okay, what's the name? I'm losing my words today, but like a discussion between the 2 of them, like challenging each other ideas, and trying to make the judges understand that their idea is either more feasible or like has a better outcome.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody was watching it, so like you could see which one could have more opportunities and or maybe a chance to win. So yeah, it was more intense and a bit more funny.
Okay, I never heard of this. It sounds actually really even engaging for the participants, which yeah, could be something that we can look to implement for next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks so much for sharing that. Okay, and Racing would like to learn tips on improving talk within 3 minutes. If the talk contains a lot of details. Okay, really sorry guys, but our session is coming to an end. So I would I'm looking at message, I'm really sorry. Okay, so judges have finished. We will know the results in about an hour and a half. And even if we have to close this session, we encourage you to keep the conversation going on Slack. So even about sending those tips about 3 minutes talking there on Slack, if you have any videos or tips, the Slack channel will still be open for a few days still. And yeah, so I really would like to thank all of you for being here, participating in our first hackathon. It has really been great to see you all. Gallery Town will still be open for a little bit longer, so today should be open. And however, so even if the hackathon is closed at the moment, there will be another session for the Moon Village generation. And if you were here yesterday, Maria will be here. It's part of the symposium that the Moon Village generation is currently doing. So you're free to stay here on this Zoom and learn from other experts in the space field. So again, thank you so much, guys. And yeah, hope we'll see in an hour and a half the winners from each category. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or morning.
Recording in progress.
This concludes session 7. We will learn who the winning teams are later on. We now have a short commercial break with messages from our esteemed sponsors.
Our purpose in this life is a precious gift. This gift is often waiting to be unearthed in the why of what we do and believe. Our purpose is found in the why of protecting what matters most.
The town of Newcastle, Oklahoma is giving credit to an early warning severe weather forecast system for saving countless lives.
Sir, our satellite alerted us to an avalanche. It's imaging the area and tracking heat signatures of potential victims. Sending updates now.
Our purpose is found in the why of connecting to each other, around town and around the world.
And the U.S. Space Force continues to modernize today's GPS satellite constellation with new, more powerful GPS-3 satellites.
General, this is Air Force One. We will be connecting you to a secure line to the President shortly. Stand by, One.
And our purpose is found in the why of exploring what lies beyond.
NASA's InSight lander has measured the first ever Mars quake inside the red planet.
OSIRIS-REx completed a daring 2-year mission, studying and collecting a pristine sample from the asteroid Bennu. Scientists are hoping to discover insight into the origin of our solar system.
Our why inspires us to protect, connect, and explore, today and for generations to come.
It's really something else. I can't believe we're here.
Unearthed long ago, the why is what gives us our purpose. A mission to advance the human race into the dawn of a new space age.
Mars Base Camp, this is Lunar Control. You are a go. You're cleared to proceed to Mars. Go make history.
Throughout history, mankind has seen its future written in the stars. Today, that vision of the future is a reality, one which transcends borders. In Luxembourg, we believe in the visionaries and the makers. Here, we support the future space economy as it grows and develops. Investing in people, encouraging research and development, and providing access to financial solutions. Luxembourg stands behind the ones who make and do. Each day brings new ideas and discoveries. We build the tools and provide the services that enable us to grasp our future. Home to the global leader in satellite communications, we operate a unique constellation of satellites that encircles the world. We analyze data gathered from the vastness of space. And we nurture a growing, sustainable commercial space ecosystem, one that connects billions of people, businesses, and everyday objects anywhere at any time. An ecosystem that allows us to understand what's happening on our planet, helps us explore new frontiers, and extend Earth's economy into deep space. Here we believe in the entrepreneurs, the scientists and engineers who put the universe within our reach. This is what makes Luxembourg the place for space development.
centuries, it's been a gateway between East and West, between past and present, between cultures, old and new. Between tradition and transgression, between ambition and execution, between government and industry. Between nations, between giants and those who aspire to be, between talent and opportunity, between aspiration and foundation. Between science and nature. Between intimacy and community. Today, Nicosia is a gateway into the future. A gateway to new world-class developments. A gateway to exceptional investment opportunities. Nicosia, your gateway to the future.
We now continue with session 8, Towards the Moon Village Generation. This session consists of 3 parts. Part 1 is a selection of presentations from the first MBA online workshop for students and young professionals. Part 2 is a Q&A with industry experts and mentors. In Part 3, we conclude the session with a look at the Promo Moon Initiative by Yuzhnoye Design Office and the Moon Village Association.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. Welcome to the session 8 of the MVA workshop and symposium. This is all about the Towards the Moon Village Generation, which is a recent initiative of the Moon Village Association aimed towards the students and young professionals. And as you know, for the past 2 days, we have been discussing about the Moon Village, what is the vision for the future, what is the current technologies, the current initiatives, and also we had just had a hackathon for the first time. And now this time, this is a very exciting opportunity to discuss what we have been doing in terms of empowering the younger generation towards the implementation of the Moon Village. So with that, again, welcome to this session. So this session will be composed of 3 parts. First, we will have some brief presentations from the workshop last July in terms of the Towards the Lunar Generation workshop of MVA. We will have very exciting presentations followed by an interesting discussion on the future activities, as well as we will be launching a new initiative called the Promo Moon Initiative in collaboration with USNOV Design State Office. So with that, again, welcome to the session 8, and I would like to call on Ali Nasseri to start the session.
Thanks, Bernadette, for the introduction. I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Hopefully it works. I just have to bring everyone to the right screen. Okay, so I'm Ali Nasseri. I currently lead the Towards a Moon Village Towards a Moon Village Generation project at the MVA. I used to be the MVA Implementation Support Officer, and in that role, one of the things that we did was we organized a workshop last summer in July called Towards a Lunar Generation Workshop. And the first part of today's discussion and a bulk of today's discussion would be focused on what happened there and what's going to happen next as a result of that workshop. Today, I have invited a few of our participants at the workshop, and we're gonna quickly go and see who they are and what they do. So Sapna, do you want to start by telling us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ali. My name is Sapna Rao. I'm a systems engineer at Lockheed Martin Space in Denver, Colorado. I work in commercial civil space, where I work on a lot of lunar infrastructure and a lot of lunar technologies as well, such as ISRO, and also I'm really interested in integrating machine learning with our space missions at Lockheed. So I'm all about lunar technologies. So this workshop was a great opportunity to talk to other people around the world about what they're studying and how we all kind of converged on some key technologies that I'll walk everyone through during our section. So yeah, excited to be here, and feel free to ask any questions at the end of the presentation. Thanks.
Then we have Saba.
Hi everyone, my name is Saba Shoa. I'm a Palestinian Jordanian space systems engineer. I'm currently doing my PhD in sustainable development and climate change. I'm the SJC Ethics and Human Rights co-lead, and in the MBA, I'm the Jordan National Coordinator and the team lead for the PESC team, the Participation of Emerging Space Countries. I'm also the founder of the Jordan Space Research Initiative. We aim to bridge sustainable development with space R&D and establish an analog research facility in Jordan. During the Lunar Generation Workshop, I was part of the science discussion group, so I'm looking forward to presenting the outcomes today.
And next we have Lars.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Lars Petzold. I'm from the beautiful city of Cologne, Germany. And I'm a student in international relations and political science, especially interested in great power competition and the effects on space policy in general, and on lunar resources in particular. And I also enjoyed the TLG very much to meet like-minded people with the same interests that I could share my idea with, and I'm happy to bring you the outcomes from the policy and legal group today.
Thanks, Lars. We are expecting another speaker. Unfortunately, he's not here, but we'll see if he joins us or not. I'm going to move on just to give you an overview of the workshop that we organized, and hopefully you should be still seeing my screen with some statistics. The Towards a Lunar Generation workshop was our attempt at engaging with students and young professionals and trying to gather insight from them on what the future of lunar activities could be, and potentially use that to inform some of the activities that the Moon Village Association is doing. We had 67 participants, a young group. The average age was 26. They were from 28 countries, 49% of them were students. We organized the groups into 5 discussion groups. And within the discussion groups, the students and young professionals looked at particular topics, which we will be presenting to you today. Before I do that, I have to say, obviously doing an event is not easy, and students and young professionals alone can't just sit down and talk about things without taking into account the realities of the world. So during the event, we had 6 keynote speakers that shared with us their perspectives on different aspects of lunar exploration and activities that we were discussing. And in addition, we had over 20 subject matter experts that joined us that week to inform some of the discussions and kind of guide the discussions in the right direction. And what you see here is the result of discussions with these groups and discussions within the participants themselves. Now we're going to have a couple of quick presentations on what the outcomes were before we actually dive into discussing them in more detail and trying to see how the MVA is going to try and implement them. With that, we're going to start with the science on the moon discussion group, and Saba will be sharing what happened in that group with us.
Thanks, Ali. So yeah, as Ali just mentioned, I was part of the Science on the Moon discussion group. If you can go to the next slide, please. So we were a group of 11 members, very international, a lot of different perspectives, and we had a few SMEs who helped guide our discussions. So this is the outcome of a few days of looking at different things related to science. So instead of just looking at science on the moon, if you can go to the next slide, we actually split it into 4 different categories. So science of the moon, where we explored things like the history of the moon and its formation, the geology, from a more environmental science point of view, science that we can do from the moon, so lunar-based astronomy or having an analog base on the moon to help develop our technologies for Mars and beyond, and also energy production on the moon, potentially to be sent back to Earth as well. Science on the moon, which was the original topic of this discussion group, but evolved through our many conversations. We looked at things like biological research, so kind of biomedical, but also related to the environment, the type of communications that we would need to live on the moon, and then also science for the moon. So what are the things that we need to develop to be able to get to a stage where we could sustainably live on the moon? So in situ resource utilization, safety and reliability concerns, as well as robotics development. Next slide, please. So we also looked at how we were going to do the science. And of course, the question is then, is it robotic exploration or human exploration? And as you can see, there's pros and cons to both. In terms of robotic exploration, of course, it's safer to send a robot ahead of human missions to be able to survey potential landing sites where we could live and work. And then also for repetitive tasks or for difficult terrains, it makes more sense to send robots. On the other hand, with human exploration, we are more adaptable. We can make decisions based on new information relatively quickly, as opposed to having a pre-programmed robot or having a teleoperation latency. And then also we are multifunctional. So we don't have to be designed to just do one thing when we get there. If the mission were to change its scope, we can easily adapt to that. And of course, there's some cons to both. Next slide, please. So the main outcomes that we looked at through our discussions, we initially defined some high priority objectives to our group specifically. So we discussed things like quantum science and technology as a relatively emerging field in space in particular. We think that this can give us more insights related to the Earth as well and how we can enhance our technologies. Also analog research on Earth and also on the moon in order to be able to live more sustainably, and also looking at the moon-Earth ecosystem. So treating the moon as part of the Earth environment, knowing that it does influence our environment as well, and kind of taking this different perspective to be more sustainable in our exploration of the moon. In terms of the humans versus robots discussion, of course, we recommend that we do both. So each has its role to play based on the pros and cons. And of course, we need to look at human-robot collaboration. So being able to work with the robots that we send to the moon. And in terms of the moon village, so not the MVA, but actually having a village or habitation on the moon, we do think, of course, this is very important for human physiological research, but also for us to be able to learn how to live in a sustainable community and bring these lessons also to Earth. And then on the other hand, in terms of international collaboration, we want to look at standardizing our interfaces and our goals as well. So not just being able to have standard technology approaches, but also what are the things that we want to do when we get to the moon or to be able to get to the moon. And of course, having safety protocols and regulations so that we can work together. That also brings me to the emerging space countries point. So as I mentioned, I'm part of the participation of emerging space countries program in the MBA. So this is a really good first initiative to be able to get countries that don't necessarily have a space program or an established presence in the space industry to be able to build on their national priorities and their scientific strengths to be able to contribute to the Moon Village. And in that sense, the role of the MBA becomes to foster this international collaboration and also potentially to create a standardization working group. So as I mentioned, not just standardizing interfaces for our technologies, but also the goals. What are the high priority things that we want to look at and work together? Next slide, please. So we did have some additional recommendations related to science and culture. As I mentioned, being a pretty diverse international group, we had different perspectives and then also kind of evolved through the discussions with our SMEs. The first thing was the focus on sustainable development. So really focusing the science that we do and the research on things that will help us live more in harmony on Earth, focusing on understanding Earth's changing climates and what kind of technologies can help us mitigate that and live more sustainably. And then involving Indigenous communities, respectfully learning from them as they know how to live in harmony with their environment, and there's a lot that they can teach us. The third is inclusive language, so actually discouraging the use of gendered or language with negative connotations. So manned missions, human exploration, colonization, which has a very awful history here on Earth. We don't want to carry that same mindset to space and in the type of science that we do. So more focusing on human habitation in space, expansionism, and then finally the accessibility and outreach. So for it to become more accessible, decoupling defense and space, making things more accessible for people from all countries, from all backgrounds when it comes to space exploration and science. And with that, I think I'll hand it off to the next group. Thank you.
Thanks, Saba. Before we move to the next group, I just wanted to say for those of you that are watching, if you want to ask questions or engage with the speakers, you have the option of joining the session through the Zoom call. There is a Zoom link on the registration information that you've received for the session and on the event website that you can use. So we're going to go through all the presentation on all the groups, and then we're going to do our discussion on the topic. So next we have Lars. Sapna, who will be sharing with us the discussions of the technology for the discussion group.
Great, thanks, Ali. So I will be talking about technologies, and we could go to the next slide. So our team did a great job of bringing a lot of diverse perspective. We had a large amount of students and also had people from all over the world. So we really wanted to think about how to increase access to emerging countries with technologies. And we had a few ideas on how MVA can do this, and also how our bigger community can start getting emerging countries to be part of these key technologies that are going to need to be developed. So we could go to the next slide. So here is a chart that kind of summarizes all the technologies that we were deeply considering and talked about as a team. So we kind of divide them up into three main areas: crew support, economic sustainability, and then scientific advancement. So these are kind of technologies that when developed will really enable a moon village and are going to be needed for this to happen. So first, going into crew support, this is all about technologies that can keep the crew or inhabitants of like a moon village habitation module or a rover or whatever kind of crew module is present, to keep them both physically and psychologically healthy. And it was really cool during the workshop to hear from some space doctors and get that insight. So that was a really cool part of leveraging our SMEs. But this kind of encompasses habitation systems I mentioned before. And we also talked about, with habitation, 3D printing using lunar regolith on the lunar surface. Because the main thing with getting things on the moon is the whole mass problem. So if you bring something that can automatically just produce a habitat module, you're going to have way better prospects of making that happen. So we looked at different, more accessible and sustainable ways for doing habitation systems, food production. So we talked a lot about different kinds of agricultural efforts. So hydroponic types of agricultural processes and other ways that are maximizing resources. So you don't have to bring a ton of water over to grow some plants. It's fairly sustainable and easy to do. Next is power supply, which is such a big thing for space and on the moon. Surviving the lunar night goes into that, which is super hard to do. Just having a constant power supply. So talking about fission surface power, which NASA is heavily interested in, and the rest of the world is also looking into. Also, power beaming is something that's new and is getting developed. So that's basically beaming power down from a on-orbit depot to anywhere on the surface. This technology is still very low technology readiness levels and needs to be developed a lot more, but the prospects are very crazy for being able to send power anywhere on the lunar surface. Next, kind of in vein with power beaming, is communications with Earth. There's recently been a lot of announcements of partnerships with cell companies and other network type companies for creating a lunar like 5G network or 4G network that have been happening recently, which is super cool to hear. So like leveraging that for Earth communication is going to be important. And the next thing is radiation micrometeoroid protection. So just making sure like the radiation limits are all good for the crew, and leveraging great technologies to help make that feasible. So going on to economic sustainability, this is all about making profit, because that's how you close the business case and how you get more people involved and create an actual village. So we were really interested in lunar ice mining and ISRO because you could produce fuel with that, and you could sell that fuel to companies like ULA or SpaceX or other launch vehicle companies. And even you could sell it to landers and refuel landers like a gas station. There's quite a few companies looking into this now, and we believe it's also very important. The next thing is tourism. So just having something fun for people to visit. Something like space tourism is growing a lot now in LEO. So leveraging that, extending it to the moon is what we also discussed. And the last kind of area is scientific advancement. So this is technology needed to increase scientific progress and perform research, kind of all the things that Saba was talking about before. So these are increasing EVA duration, so improving spacesuits, training, so crew training, improving that, looking at human health in different ways with different monitoring systems. We think lunar robotics and rovers are very key because they're going to be the access to mobility and increase different areas on the moon to everybody. Regolith processing system goes in line with ISRO and that kind of making a profit out of the moon, and then also looking for organic life and other scientific experiments that can be done in that vein. So all these technologies are very essential to making a moon village. And if you go to the next slide, we can look at our team's plan for how to get there in the next 20, 50 years or so. So we kind of use something that NASA has called technology readiness levels, which is all about the current state of your technology and what you need to do to invest in your technology to get it to the next level of being usable in space. So we divided it up between TRLs 1 through 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, and 9 being completely ready. So 1 and 2 is things that are still being proven and done on Earth and still being developed. 3 and 4 is fairly continuing that development process, but it's ready to start doing an on-orbit flight demonstration. 5 to 6 is doing an on-orbit flight demonstration in space of some kind. And 7 to 8 is it's flown in space to a certain degree and is fairly advanced. And then last 9 is it is being used and has been done in space pretty extensively. So these are the ways that we divided up the technologies into each of these readiness levels. And the way that the Moon Village Association can contribute to these technologies and also help emerging nations contribute is providing some kind of maybe like a competition around some of these technologies. So for example, for lunar dust mitigation and protection, there's a lot of NASA funded programs for that in the US, but we want to take that out of the US and give opportunities to other countries. So doing something similar, maybe SGAC, it works with MVA, and we sponsor some colleges all across the world to do research in specific technology areas and do competitions to help develop certain aspects of these TRLs for these lower level technologies that are still getting developed. So we think some kind of pipeline with that, and having these emerging nations concentrate on specific technology areas. So don't try to make a whole launch vehicle, but maybe you concentrate on a specific component, like avionics or solar arrays, and that's what you're really good at, and that's what you put your funds and research into, and then you develop those technologies, and then you are, as an emerging nation, emerging space nation, you are a leader in that technology and you own it, and you're able to be with the rest of the world and help get us to make a moon village. So we had ideas about different levels of involvement for certain emerging space nations and how those objectives could line up with those countries' objectives internally as well. So we really see a space for emerging nations and this technology development roadmap that we kind of have here for the next 50 years or so. And we urge the Moon Village Association to consider some of our ideas for making pipelines and demos for other countries. And with that, I believe I am done. I can pass it off to the next project.
Thanks, Sapna. Next, Lars will be sharing a summary of the policy and legal discussion group.
Yes, thanks, Ali. Like I already said, I was part of the policy and legal group, and I want to present to you now our results and what we discussed in these few days. So next slide, please. This was our team. On the left side, you can see all of us. It was really maybe not that diverse from which countries we were. We were mostly from the US and the EU, but we had a lot of different backgrounds from political science, international relations, international law, software engineering. So really had a lot to discuss, a lot of different ideas. And can you go to the next slide, please? Yes, so this is the very brief overview because we talked about a lot of topics in these few days, but I want to keep it within the 5-minute range of the presentation here. So at the beginning, we took a very simple approach and talked about, okay, who are like the main stakeholders of a potential moon village and activities on the moon. And we, of course, talked about state actors, and there we divided capable and incapable states. So states that are not yet capable of going to the moon on their own, because these states will have different interests. Then we talked, of course, about international organizations, and then emerging now, like private actors and industry within the new space. Scientific institutions, of course, to carry out all these exciting experiments. Non-profit organizations, and then in the future also associations and unions, labor unions, for example. So there really are a lot of new actors which are interested in the moon. Then we looked at the existing legal framework, like most of you will know the Outer Space Treaty. Then we had the Moon Treaty, which failed exactly, or which does not fail, but it doesn't reach the consensus which it hoped to be, because like most of the, if not all of the capable states refused to sign it because of provisions of sharing of technology and sharing of benefits that were derived from the moon. Then we also have some other treaties within the OST, the Space Liability Convention, the Astronaut Rescue Agreement, which we also looked at. And then also interestingly, we have new bilateral agreements. For example, the Artemis Accords, which try to change the legal framework, which are also in growing importance. And you see more and more countries signing up to the Artemis Accords. I think the latest one is Poland now. Then, of course, we talked about potential conflicts. So, of course, you can have political interstate conflicts. We've seen in the past that competition and conflict from Earth can spill over to space activities and could potentially also to the moon. You've seen, for example, within the ISS that like the Chinese astronauts are not allowed there. You have seen that satellites get like very recently satellites get shut down and create problems. But also on the moon, we talked a lot about physical and hybrid attacks, which could occur in the future, like, for example, hacking, technology theft. And then maybe most importantly, we can have contestations between companies due to vacancies or conflicting laws, which means if we don't get like a common framework and we have actors from different states maybe that act on the basis of different frameworks, we can have a lot of potential for conflict here. And then we developed 3 potential scenarios that could emerge out of this. Like the first one is like the dream scenario, right? The international judicial body, where, for example, you have the UNCLOS. This is the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, which you can take as an example, where actually states can go to court with each other if one hurts like the sovereignty of another state. Of course, this would be like the ideal scenario that could emerge, but it's very unlikely, like especially in recent years, due to like the rising conflicts, for example, between the US and China. We really didn't see like this international judicial body emerge anytime soon. Then the second scenario is basically what no one wants. It's like the first come, first serve, like an unregulated competition, where which creates a lot of problems. Like you can really see how you can't own parts of the moon, but how the interesting parts of the moon are like demarcated by the countries that go there first, and don't take into account the interests of other states. And especially we've seen a lot of these technologies where you can use resources on the moon for advancing your space program and go to other objects like Mars. So it really will increase the inequalities we already have within the capabilities. And also this can lead to massive potential conflicts, of course, if unregulated actors from different states are so close next to each other. And like then we discussed a third potential scenario, which is like a coalition of the willing, where like the states and the actors that are willing to establish rules do that. They do the first step, and then others have an incentive to join because there are already existing rules and there are economic incentives for other actors to join. But also here we need to be careful not to exclude anyone. Like I already said, the example of the ISS where China got excluded. And then we thought about like the IMF model as an example. So you can go to the next slide, please, Ali. So this is really like our recommendation for the MBA is that we should focus on the third option, meaning like the coalition of the willing. Like I said, the judicial body is not a realistic scenario at the moment, we thought. So we should establish initial alliances and stakeholder agreements and prevent exclusion by ensuring the MBA is open to all. And what we took away from it is, okay, like our group, like in a future project and in cooperation with the MBA, should really look into existing successful international collaborative platforms like the ISS. There are problems with the ISS, but it works on a greater scale. And for example, the International Monetary Fund, where states pay into a fund that then gets paid out to developing countries and gives them an incentive to work together. And yes, this is my very brief overview about what we talked about. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I will hand it over to Ali again.
Thanks, Lars. Last presentation of this session, and then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time to chat a little bit more about the results, is about the Lunar Medical Autonomy Discussion Group. And Mark is here with us. Mark, since we didn't get to introduce you before, maybe you can just quickly introduce yourself before you start your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, hey everybody, my name is Mark Rosenberg. I'm a neurology resident at the Medical University of South Carolina in South Carolina, with a specific focus on aerospace medicine and neurology. All right.
Thank you.
Move on. Yeah, of course.
I have the slides here, so I can move forward as you wish.
Perfect. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so there's a couple of different questions that we wanted to address specifically with this project group, particularly dealing with autonomy as we kind of plan on having a colony in space. The first was, what kind of infrastructure are we going to need? Then we need to prioritize what kind of medical emergencies there are and how can we deal with them as far as a triaging purpose. Can we take care of them on Earth or on the moon, or do we need to send people back to Earth? What are the big human factors, especially mental health, to kind of address in a preventative standpoint before they become problems, like the bullet point before? How can we use analogs to best identify what these preventative conditions may be, and how can we test for them on Earth? And then really, what's the big takeaway? What's medical autonomy going to look like in 5, 10, 50 years? If we can get ahead of things before they pop up, then that's one of the main parts of any kind of medical triaging. Next slide, please. So our team was very diverse. We had all different ages and all different educations, people from Europe, people from the Middle East, and a bunch of people from North America. Next slide, please. Yeah, perfect, thank you. So the main challenges and medical issues for lunar activities, it's really tough. Medical expenditure, both from a resource utilization standpoint, as well as an actual cost effectiveness standpoint, is always something that is very important when it comes to any kind of medical decision making, especially when it comes to development of packages for austere environments, especially with the moon. We have dependence on supplies. It's costly. We have to work on a pharmacy. We have medical tools, especially these medical emergencies that are very resource resource intensive. Microgravity does pose certain kinds of difficulties, though it's not so much on the moon, more so in the transportation to and from. Radiation exposure is a huge thing that you worry about. It is tough though, because analogs, of course, exist on Earth. So it is a little bit outside of what we can test here. There's an infection risk, largely due to radiation, but as well as you're going to have a bunch of people that are in cramped quarters, and they're going to be stressed and everything that can result in different infections. The physiologic issues is obviously one that's really difficult to test in analog, but more so it's a huge thing that we need to really focus on with medical autonomy. And fortunately, a lot of experiments that are being done on animal models, as well as being the International Space Station, is helping us kind of give insight to what might be a problem when we get to the moon. And then lastly, we have a lot of psychosocial changes in circadian rhythm. This kind of ties into the mental health component that I was talking about last slide, where mental health is one of the highest priorities. And so, we need to have everybody kind of working in conjunction with each other, especially if they're going to be on their own under high amounts of workload and stress load. And their sleep habits are going to be adjusted because of just the moon, the day-night cycle and everything, which can ultimately result in stress and mental-related disorders. Next slide, please. So this is a very long list that I won't go point by point, but effectively what we did is we looked at several of the governmental space agencies' risk roadmaps and kind of characterized from the most important to the least important what needs to be addressed. As you can see, just some of them, you had some mental health problems, some was inhalation of dust, you had things about nutrition, things about trauma, cardiovascular disease, and those are all different ones. And so we basically, by looking at those and kind of working our way down, we're able to prioritize, okay, these are what matters the most, at least per the other, standing on the shoulders of giants kind of thing on the work of our predecessors, working from there and kind of working our way down. Next slide, please. Ali, can I get the next slide, please? I don't know if it's.
Oh, I moved to the next slide. Unless you.
Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, and this is, the last one was like the required risks, the things that we really, really, really need to address. Accepted risks are ones that. Oh, jumped ahead a little bit. Perfect. Okay.
Mark, I think there's a delay between what we see and what you see. So.
Okay, sorry about that. So the accepted risk is, what has been determined to, at least in the short run, be acceptable, but really in the long term, it's something that definitely needs to be addressed with the moon. But as we move further beyond that to Mars, this is again a similar list. You're going to have medications that are going to react differently under radiation. If they kind of broken down, you're going to have cancer that you need to worry about, orthostatic intolerance, SAN, spatially associated neurocular syndrome, which is a progressive space blindness. And then, of course, after that, there's things that they just, as long as we watch it, we're okay. The purpose of us having this big list is just triaging and determining from top to bottom what is most important for what we need to address if we were to establish a self-sufficient emergency department or self-sufficient kind of clinic on Moon. All right. Next slide, please. Perfect. And so in doing that is how we really developed our 5, 10, and 50-year plan. So both using technology that exists currently as ones that are in kind of in close development that are going to be readily available in the next couple of years. We plugged that in conjunction with our list of medical emergencies to kind of create these maps. So big ones is going to be 3D printing. The reliance on 3D printing is going to be huge for any kind of parts that are breaking in any of our devices, to actual printing of medical instruments, to printing of syringes, to other kinds of typical disposable supplies that we use on Earth. We could 3D print. Health sensors is going to be extremely critical, as many of us already know. Wearing, having wearable technology that's always tracking our heart rate and tracking our oxygenation, tracking many different points of biometry. We can see problems before they necessarily arise if we're seeing changes in their telemetry. Automation of imaging is very important. If we can clinically diagnose patients as much as we want, but if we're not able to actually see what's going on, particularly in the case of high risk emergencies like a stroke or something happening with their heart or their lungs, imaging is going to be the most important and key deciding factor when it comes to triaging if we can take care of them on the moon or shipping them back to Earth. So miniaturization of imaging technology is going to be important. Furthermore, artificial intelligence is always one that we're really excited about. It's starting to rear its head in certain aspects of healthcare, and so we really wanted to utilize that with the moon, but more so as we move further beyond, because there is a delay just from getting transmission from the whatever medical emergency might be happening. There is that delay, and so if we can address it by having artificial intelligence is able to recognize any kind of problems before that delay, we might be able to save precious minutes. Dust countermeasures, this is dealing more so with the preventative component of things. The silicosis that's associated with moon dust is a very, very big problem. Some of the NASA astronauts who are on the moon would report that it would take weeks to get the same amount of corrosion that they would get from hours from being on the moon. And that obviously is something that we need to take into consideration if we're planning on building a colony. Surgical tools, especially which ones do we use? If we can print 3D print ones, that's even better. But if not, we need to figure out which ones are the most important that we need to take up really precious cargo space. And the last one is going to be suits and clothing. This is wearable technology that people are always using. It can be tied into the telemetry, but also it itself can prove a preventative role, by wearing antimicrobial clothing or, things that don't get as dirty as often or are able to help us fight those bugs a little bit more. 10 years moving out, printing of food and medications. There's a lot of research that's being dumped into that space right now by NASA and ESA and JAXA and a couple of other space agencies. These medications theoretically could be created on the moon, especially when we need to take consideration what kind of conditions we have to work with. Hydroponic plants is a huge one. As you already know, plants is a really high priority with the folks on the ISS. And so we can use these hydroponic plants, potentially involve gene modulation to be able to deliver key nutrients or even some medications or some kind of proteins that can provide some medications to the body. A closed unit or module, specifically if someone has some kind of psychiatric break, they're going to need to be quarantined to be safe. So they can't injure themselves or injure anybody else. And then same thing with the plants. If we're able to, again, infuse those plants with certain vitamins, and we're able to deliver those vitamins in a nutritionally diverse way so the astronauts don't get bored. And then surgical robots is obviously one that we always hope as well. That's going to be more so integration of the artificial intelligence to get to that point. Okay, Ali, next slide, please. And then 50 years. This is the one where we really, really are hopeful. So 3D printing, bioprinting is going to be really big. There's the thought that organs can be printed in microgravity. So either in a gateway or the actual colony itself, we might be able to print tissues and organs in case there's some kind of devastating emergency. Disposable surgical tools. We won't need to ship stuff over if we can just print it there, especially if we don't necessarily have the resources for sterilization. We could always just dispose it. Surgical robots, that's going to be stuff that will be just point of access or point of care. So pretty much the robot will take care of itself. But also it can be done, if there's only one medical provider, they can't be, and they get sick, what do you do? So they can do that. Suits and clothing that's going to be able to detect medical problems. We're seeing that with the Apple Watches already, where if you have atrial fibrillation, for example, it lets you know, but that's kind of where we're at. And then the last one is going to be brain stimulation. If you can just plug a chip in and it makes you feel better, that's obviously something that we would hope to see. All right, next slide, please. So we really wanted to break down, just for kind of organizational purposes, a system-based approach. So neurologic, gastroenterologic, so on and so forth, the different kinds of problems. We need to figure out the best diagnostic modalities in order to organize all of them. What are you going to need if we have a neurologic problem? What are you going to do if you're going to have a cardiovascular problem? What kind of technologies? And from there, you can kind of prioritize and see how many can overlap. So if there's antibiotics, if there's anticoagulants, antihypertensives, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. And then analogs, have a bunch of different analogs here, but it will be able to assess and test what we can. Again, there are some challenges and some conditions that we can't test, but what we have, we'll utilize that more, especially when it comes to technologies. Next slide, please. So what should the explorers really be able to do? They all need to be life support trained. We should be able to. We need to have utilization of more miniaturized imaging. So it's going to be like ultrasound. Having universal donors for blood typing would be great. So if we can get more O-negative people, that'd be awesome. Utilization or more reliance on 3D printed technology, as well as really rigorous preventative measures for infections, as well as any other kind of chronic conditions. And then we need to really flesh out imaging more so, and then hopefully telesurgery in the future, where you can pop someone into a machine and somebody off-site is able to do technology without significant delay. Next slide. So a couple of last wrapping points. So recommendations for government is we really need to figure out more and more ways we can detect and treat diseases, not here on Earth, but also in the future. As well, sorry, one moment. Sorry, one moment. And then, proper coding and technologies is another key thing, as well as sorry, I'm in the hospital, have some patients running around, but more so technology development and preventing things from happening. That's going to be the main point, is how can we prevent conditions before they become a problem. And then for industry, the big one is going to be more so the actual technology itself. So tools, imaging, nutrition, proper nutrition through the point of hydroponics, robotics, and then clothing. And this is collaborative, medical problems is a problem that everybody is going to face. And so we really need to be able to share what we've learned across multiple different expertises, multiple different disciplines in order to best overcome these problems. Technology is a way forward for everybody. And ultimately humans are the main focus. And so if the humans are having problems, then we can't really move forward. So humans always needs to be the key center point of everything.
That's the end of the medical presentation. Thanks a lot, Mark, for that overview. I'm just going to quickly, because everything what we presented is a result of that event, and that event couldn't have been possible without the team that organized it. So I'm going to thank them. And without the support we received from Lockheed Martin and the Space Generation Advisory Council. We unfortunately have a very limited amount of time. So I will like to end the session, well, this part of the session at least, with one question for those of us that are still here. And that is, what would be the next step? So you gave us some recommendations, and I should say all of these recommendations are available on the MVA website in more detail than we presented today. But what would be a next step that each of you would recommend we take as we now have the Towards a Moon Village Generation project to get closer to some of the recommendations that you presented? And I would let you decide who wants to answer that question.
I could take it. So as I mentioned before, we really wanted to think about what would make a moon village possible technologies, and it's really getting the whole world involved and giving access to countries that don't have the resources that a lot of very well-developed space nations have. So I think just investing in schools and the academia is a great way to open that door and really be an enabler to get those technologies developed.
Sabo, Lars, do you have any other suggestions?
Yeah, so I think one of the recurring themes that we had in our discussion group at least was sustainability. But I think there's a lot of different ways to define sustainability. And right now in the space industry, a lot of the discussion is around space debris mitigation, remediation, which I think is very valuable, but definitely doesn't encompass the whole scope of what it means to be sustainable, especially in exploring new celestial bodies like the moon and beyond. So I think really, especially within the MBA with SJC and the younger generation, having, as Sapna was saying, more kind of diverse people involved to really teach us how to live sustainably. And I think also when it comes to space exploration in particular, and this is something I learned at ESA Clean Space, they have a really great initiative that looks at the environmental impacts of space exploration, is looking at really all the different types of impacts on the Earth environment as well. The satellites, the rockets, the robots that we create, they also have environmental impacts. And so really looking at a more holistic definition of what it means to be sustainable. And I think that would be a good start, is just defining these goals.
Lars?
Yes, like what we talked about in our group especially was that you need more visibility. I think in the US, the space is very visible, like as a political topic, but it's not in a lot of other countries. So I can speak from my point of view. In Europe, it's really more of a technical discussion, but really that the MVA could use its network of experts to reach out to political figures that are more in the center of the political process and really present to them that this is like a pressing topic. And if we don't have measures taken now, we will have maybe like a competition scenario for others, because like the time is really now, because we have a lot of the technologies now that we need. We have this new race to the moon, and it needs to be more in the center of attention of political actors. Which would be like a great way to start to raise the saliency of the topic, I think.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Saba, Sapna, Lars, for the presentations. I should say we will continue this discussion probably next week with those of you that are interested as part of the kickoff for the Towards Moon Village Generation project at the MBA. If you are interested and you're watching this, you can reach out to us through email and we can kind of make sure that you're part of that meeting. And I'll hand this back to Bernadette, who has more to share with us.
Yes, thank you very much, Ali. And before I just move on to the last part, so I like to say that we do have existing activities within MBA. We do have the PESC, the JAXA, and other working groups that are also doing these kind of activities. So what we can also explore is, of course, to collaborate with them. So that's also one way to move forward, I believe. So yeah, if you are listening to this, you can also join these other events or propose new activities within those working groups. All right, so thank you very much, everyone. And now we are on the last part of this session. So we will be launching a new initiative, which is a collaboration between MVA and the Yuzhnoye State Design Office. And let me now call on Maria to give us a very exciting presentation about it. Maria?
Yeah, thank you, Bernadette. So now, after your speeches, I'm even more excited to announce this initiative for Moon Village Generation. So I will start sharing my screen. Okay, can you see my slides? Hopefully you do. Okay, perfect. So my name is Maria. I represent Yuzhna State Design Office, which is one of the leading aerospace companies of Ukraine. And I'm glad to present to your attention the initiative that we established together with Moon Village Association, which is called Promo Moon Initiative for Moon Village Generation in honor of Dr. Alexander Degtyaryov. So basically it has the name of Dr. Degtyaryov because he spent his whole life working for our company. For 10 years, he was general director of Yuzhna, and he was great leader, a very enthusiastic space expert, engineer, and prominent scientist. And unfortunately, he passed away 1 year ago. And we're happy that his memory will live with this initiative. So we decided to establish this joint initiative with Moon Village Association. We're happy to be members of MVA since 2018, since the year it was established. And finally, we have some joint program, and hopefully it will be greatly supported by the industry and by our partners from all over the world. So basically, the objective of this initiative is to share our experience and to help capacity building for a new space market segment. So to involve more and more participants to development of space-related technologies. So therefore, we want to encourage young experts from all over the world, startups, SMEs, to submit their ideas. And as the result of selection process, together with our partners, with prominent leaders from the industry, to receive volunteer and free of charge technical support and technical consultations. So the best teams will be awarded with this opportunity. Also, we will provide online B2B mentoring sessions. And also the best teams will be awarded with an opportunity to present their ideas during the technical sessions of IAC next year.
Sorry to cut you off, but I think we cannot see your slide moving. So maybe you can double check. I think you should be on slide 3, but we still can't see it.
Okay. For me, it's working. And no, maybe I will just start over just to be sure. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, now it's perfect. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we didn't want to limit the participants, so therefore our intention was to cover pretty much all moon-related technologies. So the ideas can be submitted over by 5 directions: transportation to and from the moon, transportation on the moon surface, energy and power on the moon, infrastructure, construction and manufacturing, and then all other possible ideas that can exist. So who can participate in this initiative? Basically everybody, all who consider themselves to be part of the Moon Village generation. So new space companies, startups, spin-offs, SMEs, team of students for sure, and just enthusiastic teams of young professionals. And to submit your idea, you don't need to be an MVA participant. With this, we even want to engage more youngsters to the MVA as a result. So basically, today we are announcing this program, and the opening of application process will happen just in a week from now on the MVA website on December 15. So then you will have like 2 months to submit your ideas, and the evaluation will be made by 2 phases. So at first we will, together with the evaluation committee, we will shortlist the best ideas, and then we will select up to 3 best solutions. So in April, we plan to post the results, and then April and May, we will provide the mentorship sessions. So I encourage everybody to join. We're very excited to start this interesting program, and for sure, me or Bernadette will be happy to follow up and reply to any questions that will arise. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Maria. And again, we will be opening the application in a week from now. And please stay tuned with the MVA website, as we will be releasing the application form as well as all of the relevant details that you need to know by then. So, all right, thank you very much again, Maria. And with this, I believe we have to close the session. So today we talked about a lot of the progress of the Towards the Lunar Generation initiative, our project within MVA. And again, we highly encourage you, young professionals and students, to join us, to join our activities, and also all of you who have participated in the hackathon. So if you want to develop your idea further, you are definitely most welcome to participate and apply for the Promo Moon initiative as well. All right, so with that, I thank everyone for joining us and for listening in. And yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you.
Bye.
Our purpose in this life is a precious gift. This gift is often waiting to be unearthed in the why of what we do and believe. Our purpose is found in the why of protecting what matters most.
The town of Newcastle, Oklahoma is giving credit to an early warning severe weather forecast system for saving countless lives.
Sir, our satellite alerted us to an avalanche. It's imaging the area and tracking heat signatures of potential victims. Sending updates now.
Our purpose is found in the why of connecting to each other, around town and around the world.
And the U.S. Space Force continues to modernize today's GPS satellite constellation with new, more powerful GPS-3 satellites.
General, this is Air Force One. We will be connecting you to a secure line to the President shortly. Stand by, One.
And our purpose is found in the why of exploring what lies beyond.
NASA's InSight lander has measured the first ever Mars quake inside the red planet.
OSIRIS-REx completed a daring 2-year mission, studying and collecting a pristine sample from the asteroid Bennu. Scientists are hoping to discover insight into the origin of our solar system.
Our why inspires us to protect, connect, and explore, today and for generations to come.
It's really something else. I can't believe we're here.
Unearthed long ago, the why is what gives us our purpose. A mission to advance the human race into the dawn of a new space age.
Mars Base Camp, this is Lunar Control. You are a go. You're cleared to proceed to Mars. Go make history.
Throughout history, mankind has seen its future written in the stars. Today, that vision of the future is a reality, one which transcends borders. In Luxembourg, we believe in the visionaries and the makers. Here, we support the future space economy as it grows and develops. Investing in people, encouraging research and development, and providing access to financial solutions. Luxembourg stands behind the ones who make and do. Each day brings new ideas and discoveries. We build the tools and provide the services that enable us to grasp our future. Home to the global leader in satellite communications, we operate a unique constellation of satellites that encircles the world. We analyze data gathered from the vastness of space. And we nurture a growing, sustainable commercial space ecosystem one that connects billions of people, businesses, and everyday objects anywhere at any time. An ecosystem that allows us to understand what's happening on our planet, helps us explore new frontiers, and extend Earth's economy into deep space. Here we believe in the entrepreneurs, the scientists and engineers who put the universe within our reach. This is what makes Luxembourg the place for space development.
For centuries, it's been a gateway between East and West, between past present. Between cultures, old and new. Between tradition and transgression. Between ambition and execution. Between government and industry. Between nations, between giants and those who aspire to be, between talent and opportunity, between aspiration and foundation. Between science and nature. Between intimacy and community. Today, Nicosia is a gateway into the future. A gateway to new world-class developments. A gateway to exceptional investment opportunities. Nicosia, your gateway to the future.
Next, we have the award ceremony, where we learn who are the winning teams of the first MBA CSEO Hackathon.
Yeah, okay, so George, indeed, I just want to say a few words about the importance of the hackathon. But before doing that, I would like to start to thank the hackathon co-chair, Pavi Ekol, which has done a great job, with the supporting team, which is Mangai, Selene, Lockdeep, Sue, Shant, and Ruth. And of course, I would like to thank all the participants of the different teams which have participated in the first MVA CSEO Hackathon. So what was the goal of this hackathon, at least from that point of view of the MVA, and then of course why we partner with CSEO, is because we want to stimulate basically the Moon Village generation with some very practical, let's say, challenges, which is what exactly what this marathon was. This was the first time. We have partnership with CSEOs, like for the rest of the workshop, because of the long-standing experience in this basically hackathon since 2012. So obviously, it has been a first for us, and of course we are going to learn from what happened today in the last few days, and we're trying to improve Certainly, we will plan to do one hackathon per year. And this is also tied up with some of the initiative which has been announced a few minutes ago, which is the promo move. Now, without further doing, I will pass to George for the announcement, for the first announcement. Please, George. Okay, so I think we have also the certificate that maybe wants to be shown for your team before I go to the announcing the next thing. So I think this is basically what is let's say, this is what the certificate, but what we need to add is the winners of each individual, let's say, challenge is going to win not only the certificate, but is going to win something more, let's say, conspicuous, which is basically coaching. We have basically promised to have 2 hours from MVA and 2 hours of CSEO coaching online for each of the winning team. So I think this is an important information for the winning team. So it's not just the certificate, but they're going to get something concrete, and the hackathon team will get in touch with them. So now, indeed, I would like to announce myself, basically, who is the winner for basically the next challenge. So I'm going to do something similar to what George has been doing. So that is basically, I'm open basically my envelope, and the next challenges is basically on transportation on the lunar surface, and the winner of this challenge is Space Girls. I was given 2 names only for this Space Girl, Ayesha Reyes and Gianni Hengong. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And this is the award that you can see over there. So back to you for the award of the third challenge, George. I think I can hear you very well, George. Go ahead. Okay. Now we cannot hear you. Now we definitely are not, we cannot hear you.
Yes.
Please, go ahead. Yeah. Yes, I think we can close the award ceremony. Thank you to everyone. And we will go to the last and final session.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this last session, we have come to the end of our 3-day event. We continue with the closing statements and wrapping up the 5th Global Moon Village Workshop and Symposium. Thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoyed the last 3 days and found it insightful. From Nicosia Cyprus, we send our warmest regards and wish you goodbye.
Okay, so well, as we are coming to the end of this 3 days long trip, I will first like to make some announcement as we indicated in our program. So the basic announcement is one is related to the International Moon Day. As you might know, MVA has proposed to the United Nations system the celebration of the International Moon Day on the 20th of July of every year. This proposal, it has been endorsed by the United Nations Outer Space Office, COPUOS, last August, and tomorrow, if everything goes according to plan, we will have the final approval from the General Assembly. That means that basically, as of 2022, 20th of July 2022, every year in the future, we will have an opportunity to celebrate this International Moon Day. The goal is to foster the communication and explanation of what's going on in all over the world about the lunar missions and to foster basically the goal of cooperation amongst all different countries. So we are basically even already looking for a chair of this International Moon Day group. The vacancy notice is available on our website because we are looking for experienced people. So I will strongly suggest that you apply if you find suited for the position. It's a very important position, and this will basically allow MVA to coordinate worldwide of different lunar activity. We will communicate this information to a press conference, which will be organized and held in Nicosia online for many of us on December 14th. So stay tuned. If there is an interest to follow the press conference, I think probably there might be some technical means, so you will see in any case the outcome. So that's the first important announcement, which makes ourselves, MVA, and everyone working with us proud of it. The other point is for next year, of course, we are seeing a lot of activity, which all of them, many of them have been presented today, and many of them are going to be basically made by you. Actually, they're all being made by you. So we will follow up on the hackathon as well as the promo moon. An important element, what I have seen, that some of the young generation, which we want to encourage, they're making proposals which are already part of our activity. So I can only strongly invite the young generation to take part in the already existing activity. And if they are not, then they should tell us, and we will very welcome to start a new activity. So the final announcement before closing is the next MVA workshop. As you might know, every year we have workshop like this year and the previous year. So next year is going to be the 6th MVA workshop, and this will be held November 2022. We had the competition, and it will be held in Los Angeles, and it will be done in cooperation this time with the National Space Society, which is a major NGO in US with over 1,000 members, and it will be done back to back with the Space Settlement Summit. So it will be a very important week. The precise week we will announce it, so stay tuned on our social media and we'll let you know the detail. And hopefully this time will be for most of them a physical basically in presence meeting. So with that, I definitely come to the conclusion. And of course, I cannot come to the conclusion before thanking again CSEO, his team, the control room, all the staff which have been working from CSEO to make this workshop a success. We're looking forward to hear from you also in terms of feedback, any suggestion, advice that you want to give us. You have the contact on our MVA email, and you can tell us how did you feel about this workshop. So with that, and having thanked again everyone which has participated, speakers as well as the organizer, I would like to come to an end of the 5th International Moon Village Workshop and Symposium. And I'd like to wish you an excellent end of the year. Stay safe, and I hope that we are going to see physically in present in Los Angeles next year. Thank you. Have a nice day, evening, morning. Good night to everyone. Bye-bye then.
And also from my side, you can probably see the team standing right next to me. They've brought me a different microphone because we seem to have had a problem. So on behalf of CSEO, we wish you a pleasant day, evening, or afternoon, depending where you are. We hope you enjoyed it. I am repeating myself because probably you didn't hear me before. And on behalf of CSEO and from Nicosia, we say goodbye, and we hope you enjoyed the presentations and the entire program. From Nicosia, thank you and goodbye.